nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
easily. We've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone.
Move to work and I'm out of here. Murder the tune, it's a body here. Reviving the beat, then it's right back to sleeping. I use a technique that they got me here. Whoa. Defeat ahead and you catch me in something you'll never do. I turn around.
Was down and now Wall Street bets the go calls being made as they straight up.
This is incredible. It's how it goes at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final two men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it. Look at my
Stuck
eyes.
in one singular spot, getting the rest on the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. While it's been time in the boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, they'll be huge for elimination points, I think. Hello and welcome everybody to the final day of Phase 3 of the PMPL Fall Split North America. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. I hope you guys are ready for an insane showdown today. Of course, the show couldn't be done without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the show. Having said that, let's get it all started. Let's go ahead and bring in the desk. Let's bring in Glitter Explosion and 7WG, two of the best to do it in the biz. How are y'all doing?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm really impressed with what Knights did yesterday. I'm excited to see if Nova's finally going to wake up, Glitter, today. How are you feeling?
I mean, I hope they wake up. It's the last day. They got to get some momentum going leading into finals. I feel like today is going to be a really, really good day. I'm excited for it. And also, Jukes, I love your hoodie.
Thank you. Thank you. Got to represent, you know what I'm saying? Them VIP. That is how we do it. That's how we do it. Now, we got to talk about something that we don't like, all right?
Uh-oh.
And that is the punishment, right? Okay, yesterday, we've been having some predictions among this desk, and a punishment for the person that gets the most incorrect. As you can see, I am in the lead, which is correct, which always should be, right? 7 and Glitter are tied, though. Today is the day to see who's going to be the winner, and the punishment, I think, is up for the viewers to decide here. 7, what do you think about that?
Ooh. I think it's going to be great, man. I think the punishments that we have this time around, we actually have more options. By the way, please vote on Twitter or Instagram and make sure you use hashtag PMPL North America, PMPL NA, okay? That's what you need to use right there. Now, the punishments are, we can either eat a lemon.
Yep.
We can either address each other as royalty.
Okay.
And the third one is, I actually don't remember the third one. Hopefully it pulls up.
Change voice.
Oh,
Yeah, do the voice change.
Okay.
The voice change, like Glitter
I guess that's
did.
the one I didn't want to do.
Man, Glitter, you really remembered that one pretty quickly. I like that.
Well, you know, firsthand experience and all. So
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Hope you guys have enjoyed that. This show has been crazy. It's been so fun to cover. I mean, there's just so much to get into with these storylines. I mean, you got the Knights, you know, putting in so much work. right? Nova, right? Getting the comeback. Can they actually do it? Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard for all phases, Glitter, so we can kind of get a glimpse of what's going to go down. Top 16 are going to go to the finals from here.
Yeah, and it's close right now if we're talking about that battle between Knights and Nova, but if Knights continues their steamrolling with eliminations, they're going to continue maintaining and possibly increasing the lead that they have over Nova, who was at one point in the lead above Knights. So we'll have to see what Nova can do today on the last day. Either way, both of these squads, though, completely safe, making it through to finals. It will really just boil down to what extra points they can get based off of their placement. I mean, we've got Livic today. We can't forget about that. So that will kind of set both of those squads up for where they start off in finals. And then, of course, as we look at the rest of the overall here, we've got a few names we've been talking about a lot rounding out this top 8. We've seen the Chosen popping off the past couple days. They've had some good performances. The Panthers have really picked up their gameplay as well. And a lot of these points, once we're past our top 2, are pretty close. There's a little bit of a fall off between 5th and 6th. And then as we go to the second, page 7, we'll see some more points fall offs. But like Jukes was just saying, it's the top 16 that make it through to finals. So that's what we're going to be keeping our eyes on.
That's right. And I mean, as you can tell there, between the top 16, Dope Esports, 19 Esports, and THIRDEYE. Those are the teams that are currently kind of fighting for it. THIRDEYE, really, they didn't seize the opportunity that they had yesterday. I'm hoping today they kind of end up doing something in regards to just pushing a little bit closer towards that 16th spot, because Dope Esports had the best performances yesterday that I have seen out of them in regards of them being aggressive. So I'm really, I want to see if Dope Esports is going to continue to do that, and I want to see how THIRDEYE is going to be responding to that. And don't forget, 18th place, 19th place, and 20th place, even though they might not make it to the finals, something that we have seen out of those teams already is that they can play that spoiler role, and they can play it pretty well. So the other teams that are trying to make it to top 16, they need to watch out.
Yeah, they're going to keep a really close eye out. And you know what they really need to keep a close eye out for is how many points they're going to need to get into the top 16-7. So I know that, you know, you and your dad, right, the mathematician, have been crunching the numbers, right? The analytics, just trying to figure out, okay, how many points could it possibly take for these squads, right? And go ahead and break down what you came up with.
That's right. Do me a favor. Pull up that bubble graphic, because the actual number has increased a little bit. It was actually Glitter that did the math this time. So thank you so much, Glitter. She put up 355 points. That's what we are projecting for the teams to have to hit to actually make the top 16. Now, you can see HGA Esports, the HITLIST, those teams are pretty safe. Now, when we go to 19 Esports, Dope Esports, and THIRDEYE, this is what I was talking about with these teams. Now, I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in regards to Dope Esports and THIRDEYE. THIRDEYE needs to make sure they start outpointing Dope Esports and 19 Esports in every single match that they play. Something we saw yesterday is the two teams would go back and forth, but for the most part, it was Dope Esports always getting the better out of them, and we're actually able to stretch the lead just by a little bit. Glitter, do we think THIRDEYE might be able to pull this off?
You know, if we're going based off of their performances from yesterday, I'm leaning, unfortunately, towards no. But what do I know? They might be able to have reset from day to day, and they could have an absolute banger of a day for points. And Dope might fall off. I don't know. Dope and 19 Esports are both very close to technically 19 Esports. If they have a rough day, could also be in danger of falling out of that bubble, Jukes. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I have to wait and see. Honestly, for me, especially with this new format, I would have to see THIRDEYE go crazy, like literally go off, because especially with this new format, like they're not going to get a lot of bonus points, even if they do sneak into the top 16. So they're going to start the finals off really, really rough. So like if THIRDEYE just goes nuts and shows us something that we have never seen before in this tournament, then I'll feel a little bit more confident for them going into the finals. But they already are way behind the 8 ball here. 7, you know. Now, Glitter, you know, this big story, obviously, is that golden ticket to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships, PMGC. It's been a fight. It's been a battle. Nova took the lead for a little while, and the Knights in these past couple of days, Glitter, nice.
And what's impressive, too, is the fact that if you think about it, the Knights were behind when we checked in at the beginning of this week by like 10 points, right? Now they are over 100 points above Nova. The outperformance that Knights would have to average in comparison to Nova for just this third phase is insane. Do I see Nova catching up by that many points in 1 day's worth of matches? I don't think so, because it would also require the complete and utter failure of Knights, and I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon. But this has been a very, very impressive back and forth between two teams that deserve to have a spot in PMGC. Right now, the Knights have just been better. They're a little bit unstoppable, and it's looking like the golden ticket is matching the color of their logo right now, Jukes.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We said it. We said it yesterday, Seven. Right? You said it as well. Nail in the coffin already.
Yep.
So now it's really up to Nova, right, to do that, that 1-inch punch, right through it, and to try and make their way out of it today, because it's going to be a tough one. Now, one of the most fun segments that we've had here on the show, you know, like we did the Hot Jukes Hot Take. We've done the Glitter Explosive Moments, right? And now it's time, drumroll please, for the 7WG's Player Study. Break it down for us, brother.
Let me see if I can actually do this. Let me see if I still got it. Oh, yes. I had to bring out the robe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7WG's Player Study. Today, we're actually going to be taking a bit of a deep look at the Knights player, a team that started performing really, really awful, and then all of a sudden they are looking unstoppable. A team that has actually not made it to PMGC, so that's why it's so important that we were talking about them. So do me a favor, pull up that phase 1 stats for this team, because this team, as I mentioned, they didn't have the hottest start, and you're going to be seeing why. Now, Coops has been doing Coops thing, okay? Chewy, I know, that's your dad, Coops. He's been watching you. He's so proud of you. 500 damage, 2.52 eliminations. Xenox has been performing really well with the 1.33, Tensa with the 1, and Spec. This has been a major difference, and you're going to be seeing why when I show you the other stats. But he wasn't even averaging 1 elimination, and I think it just came down to adjustment. Now, in regards to the average survival times, they were actually doing really well. They were also being able to get some knocks. Spec just wasn't able to get those eliminations. I got a chance to actually talk to Coops for a bit last night. And he was able to give me some great information in regards to his team. So for everybody that's not aware, let me just break down their roles real quick, okay? So you got Coops. He's actually not just a fragger anymore. He's also an IGL. You got Xenox, that's a co-IGL and a fragger. And on top of that, Spec is a fragger and Tensa is a support. Now, I was asking him, what has been the major difference between phase 1 and phase 3? You guys look like a completely different team, and you'll be able to see it here with this stats. Spec has been able to put up a great performance. Coops has been able to continue on that great performance. Xenox has stepped it up in a big way, and Tensa is giving the team that support. He's pretty much doing his role and putting up great numbers. Everybody right now is working perfectly, and Coops was actually telling me the main difference has been the IGLing. He's currently, him and Xenox are the ones that are currently IGLing, but when it comes down to making the decisions, it's actually Coops that finalizes it, and they do have to thank their new coach, McCoy, because he has helped them out in a big way. Now, so far in phase 3, they have gotten 5 wins, and they still got 4 matches left, and more than likely they're going to definitely be going to the Olympics, so they have 5 matches left today to get some extra chicken dinners. In phase 1, they only got 3, which is crazy to say only 3, because some teams didn't even get a single one. And that's why I wanted to talk about Knights, because this team has not made it to PMGC, but right now they have definitely solidified themselves for that PMGC North America spot, and I can't wait to see what this group is going to be able to do, because everybody that I have talked to from international teams, they have told me, we want to see what Knights has. We would love to see what Knights can do, especially what Coops and this squad can do at PMGC, and I'm excited for it, Hot Chicks.
Man, I am so stoked. I mean, this is the squad. And by the way, great job, Seven. That's right. Round of applause. Round of applause for Seven. Beautiful breakdown right there for the Knights. And man, this squad, I have been shocked to not see them play at that level so far.
Yep.
With the addition of Spec, this is an all-star team. They by far have the 4 strongest players in North America. together. So it's really on their shoulders, right? And it's a lot of weight to carry, right? To be able to kind of represent North America on that big stage. But they have learned a lot of lessons, Seven and Glitter, right? Glitter, you remember when we saw before the big lesson that they learned to check every single bush, right? Every single one at the end game. Do not let one slip by. Many lessons, right? And now it's starting to pay off, Glitter.
I thought it was gonna be like real lessons, you know, like
They learned the hard way. They
Don't
learned that
play
way.
lazily for the first beginning portion of
Yes.
the season, you know,
yes.
maybe that lesson.
I mean, that's going to be
correct.
very important, especially
Yeah.
when we get to PMGC. Yeah, they'll have the league stage, right? But then they'll still also have the finals. This team cannot afford to start slow and do what they did here. So I'm glad that now they're starting to perform this way. Now with the new coach, with the new IGL from Coops too, and just the chemistry between the team, you can see it. They're just playing more aggressive. They're not being passive like what we saw them at one point. At one point, remember, Dukes, we saw them laying down in Sandhawk when they had a dominant position. And I was asking to myself, this
What's
is not
happening?
the Knights. I know. This is not the Knights we expected. That Knights, it's no more. Now it's aggressive Knights. And I like aggressive Knights.
We saw in the last match of Aaron Gale yesterday, absolute madness, just bullying everybody outside of the zone and putting up some big numbers here. Let's take a look at the participating teams so we can remind everybody, you know, exactly who is playing here in this one. Actually, we're going to start off with the schedule. And you're going to see we're going to start off in Miramar, going to Aaron Gale, some more Miramar, Sandhawk, Aaron Gale, and then Live It Glitter.
You know what? This if it were up to me, we'd have more Sandhawk on the last day just for the added chaos. But that's just because that's what I enjoy. I am a little bit toxic. I think this is going to be a really solid day. I'm excited to see which of these squads can make it into Livic at the end of the day, who ends up in our top 12. And then these, of course, are going to be the participating teams kicking things off. And this is important. And this is kind of what you were touching on earlier, Seven, because THIRDEYE starts off the day where both 19 Esports and Dope sit out in that first match. So this is that opportunity you were referencing for them to really get some points on the board.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to be able to tell right away, right from the first game, if THIRDEYE is going to be bringing it or if they're not, if they're being aggressive or what kind of style they are going to be playing to secure those points. They could try to play that passive style. They could try to play that Nova Sandhawk, just healing away, try to secure that second place. I don't want to see that, actually.
Okay,
Please don't
I'm on
do
that
THIRDEYE.
same boat. Not with this new format. No, I want to see something special. Hopefully we'll see it here today, guys. Get in the conversation once again. We're about to get this first match started. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
We're here in the final day for the week. We got the Livic match coming up tonight, so you guys definitely don't want to go anywhere. It's always a fun match, but to get into Livic, that's what most of us are focusing on, right? That top 12. There's 5 games left to determine who makes it into the top 12 for that bonus match of Livic, Span.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, the last couple ones have been interesting to watch, and this one's going to be big because it's their last chance, if these guys want bonus points, to grab them there.
Yeah, and Livic, if you guys missed the last 2 Livic games in the previous weeks, it's...
Crazy.
You know, I started off with mixed feelings, but the more I get to see it, the more I'm kind of like, okay, as a competitive player, like, there's something to be had here. It's definitely very tough. It's definitely more RNG than, like, any of the other maps. But still, like I mentioned in previous, like, weeks, the more teams play this map, the more they start to min-max it. And then, in a sense, it does kind of get more competitive from there on out. So I want to see if anything interesting happens in this final Livic match coming up for this weekend.
Well, first we got to get through our first 5 games as per usual, and I mean, I'm excited now. Yesterday was very Erangel heavy. We already know that, obviously. 3 of the matches were on Erangel. Today it's a little bit more even. So we got 2 Miramar, 2 Erangel, Sandhawk still. We're starting off on Miramar, so we're going to have to start seeing those teams kind of bring it on back from whatever they were used to on Erangel. It's different now. No more horrible zones, hopefully, down there towards the military island.
Yeah, yesterday, I believe, just one day alone, we got a military zone, right? Then we got a 50-50 that ended up shifting to the main island. And then we got like a 90% sure, like 95% sure it's main island. And then it went to military zone. So yesterday was crazy as far as a circle goes. Now, we won't have as many Erangels here today, but I wonder if the circle's going to be just as crazy. Maybe for this first Miramar, we end in like Los Leones. Maybe we go all the way down to Los Higos, which is like the very southern part of the map that like I don't think I've seen it happen even once yet in a competitive tournament game. But maybe, fingers crossed. We'll see. The Circle Gods have been on something else this weekend.
For sure. That'd be exciting, especially since this first plane path actually is super far to the southern side. If it continued to go south, I mean, maybe there wouldn't be as many harsh rotations coming through. Even though these guys, all of them, even though this plane path is super far to the southern side, we know that they're going to push on up towards the north where their usual drops are. And yesterday, we ended off with 3 members of the Knights with all those top spots, as you can see here, just going through quickly because it's like the same 3 people. I'm curious if today, if we're going to see some other people on the board, but I have a feeling it might just continue to be Knights.
Yeah, and what was really cool about yesterday, right? We have Spec, Coops, and Xenox. Tensa's not on board, but Tensa got MVP for yesterday, actually. So he put in like the most amount of overall work because the MVP is determined like a very complex formula with like survival time, knocks, damage, all of that. So he may not be, you know, pure stat wise like most eliminations up the top, but he put in the most amount of overall work, which is great. And I was saying I thought Tensa was the IGL, right? We heard Seven do the player study how Coops and Xenox, but Coops has the final say. That actually gives me a lot of insight as to how the Knights have been continuously getting better, right? Because since the Knights inception span, it was always Coops that was carrying the team, and at the beginning it was Tensa IGL, but it kind of makes sense, right? If your best player on the team that's always consistent, if you let them be the IGL, as in like you let them mold the team to his play style, his strengths, it in a sense elevates the entire team, right? Because everyone's got to play up to his level of expectations. Like if I could do these type of things, I expect you to support me in a way where the whole team gets elevated. So with Coops transitioning to be the IGL, and he has the final say too, right, between Coops and Xenox, it makes sense how the Knights have gotten better and better and better over time. So Tensa is now the support player, which I think is perfect. For any really smart player to play support, I think it's great because a support player typically has to know how to support the team in various numerous situations without being told what to do. Like that's a key part of being a support player. You need to know how to support your team when they're too focused and they're too under pressure. So Tensa being such a smart player, he can easily identify who needs help and how to help them out. And I almost want to, you know, we saw Sixless playing yesterday. I almost kind of want to allude this to Sixless. Sixless is like the anchor player. He holds things down. He's kind of like the long range specialty player, right? He's not good in close range, but Sixless similar, very smart player. And he also kind of really shines in that kind of support role position. So Tensa both and Sixless, I mean, the team meshes really well on the Knights with, you know, this new information that I got that Coops is the IGL now.
And I think it makes sense as well. Like we were kind of wondering how their evolution has come through, and Seven also pointed out that a lot of it came from their new coach McCoy, and I think that's awesome, right? Like McCoy, actually, he and I come from the same PUBG community in the past, but now him bringing his specialty to the Knights team and him being able to identify and start bringing those changes, I think that's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, McCoy also a competitive player. I believe he used to be on the Ghost Gaming roster, which Tensa, if I'm not mistaken, Tensa was on Ghost for the mobile team when Ghost Gaming had a mobile team. It was Tensa was on it. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Man, jogging memories right now. We have had such a storied history of just PUBG mobile action. We've had orgs come in, orgs come out, new orgs joining, constantly evolving, but it seems like the Knights, right, they've evolved to the very tippy top. As far as NA goes, they're still a little bit challenged by Nova. And speaking of which, Koi, I think we're starting to see Nova feel the pressure. Nova should be doing small little things now for today and the finals to start targeting the Knights. Now, I don't know if this is targeting because Nova typically always play this split. Like we mentioned, Nova, La Bandita, that whole stretch of territory, that's theirs. They play a huge split, and the Knights love that compound. But I do want to see Nova start to do little things here and there to maybe target out the Knights to whittle them down, because if they don't, they're going to lose that PMGC spot.
I'm hoping when they realize that this is the Knights, that maybe they'll do something a little bit more aggressive onto it. If it's a good call, of course. So Koi being out there, kind of getting that information now, might end up helping out later. Of course, he's currently waiting for his whole team to actually make it further into La Bandita, and it's so early. You know, we were talking about yesterday how it's beneficial to start these fights early on, because maybe you'll be able to get some points before everybody's really around you and are able to third party it. But also, I feel like we don't see it too often because people don't want to start off the action, right? Like, they don't want to give the opportunity or the chance that they might go out in that 16th place spot. So I feel like we're finally getting to the point where that might need to start happening, but it's not yet. And, oh, okay, Alucard. I actually saw a Most Wanted kind of creeping up here. I was a little bit nervous, but it looks like he's going to start that fight with the Knights. And Koi, I guess, got his confirmation that this is, in fact, the Knights, but luckily it's not him that goes down to get that information. Unfortunately, Most Wanted losing Alucard, though, this early on, that's going to hurt for them, and you can see them already backing off.
Most Wanted. I don't know if Alucard should have shot. Maybe he felt like he was going to get caught out eventually. He was definitely in a terrible spot. Speaking about terrible spot, the rest of his team also caught in a fight with APHELION right now. This is the center of the map, which is why we see so many teams right around here this early on. We're barely 7 minutes in. And we got a couple of teams here giving them a little rough tap, like, hey, I got your back, ready to shoot. And they time it well. They take down one.
Nice.
Can they get the revive? And Clown actually got knocked by Koi. So, one of APHELION got knocked by Koi, just as they knocked one of Most Wanted. And I don't, they're actually not going to stick around to confirm that point, because they are fearing Nova might be pressuring them. And they're all backing up to support their fallen teammate that just got revived.
Nova's still pretty spread out. Yeah, I even think that they're backing up on this situation, getting to that, at least that building right there, to get themselves a little bit more cover support here. But APHELION will get that res, and they're backing up. I mean, they're going to continue to play the top of that hill for sure, but they're not continuing to push to the northern side after getting that advantage against Most Wanted. Plus, it's kind of hard to continue that fight against Most Wanted since they're all hidden in those crates. Like, it's really just kind of watching and seeing if they can spot another person out. Looks like Execute also wants to get up on top of a big hill, but it's right beside 4Bros, and 4Bros is actually driving for it. They're actually driving up here. I think that maybe they realize Execute's backing up.
I don't think they knew, or maybe they did.
I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say
shots,
I didn't think they knew, because it's a 4-man team of Execute, but with it being 4Bros and how aggressive they've been this last weekend, yeah, they might have known, and they pushed with 2 people. Like, that was a very risky push. Like, if Execute just stayed up there with 4 and peeked over, they were done for. But maybe, 4Bros, they're playing really, really aggressive nowadays, so it could have been on purpose too.
I mean, it has been working out for them majority of the time so far, I believe. So looks like they just wanted to try it, or they just knew that they were driving by. Maybe if they got up there fast enough, they could have caught them their tail as they were driving away. You know what I mean? But and now it doesn't matter. They didn't get those eliminations, and now both these teams are making the rotation on different paths. This first zone is about to close, and we have almost everybody in here. The majority of people actually centering on up in this map, as you mentioned previously. I'm kind of curious if the zone is going to be kind and continue to go there, or if it's going to kind of make people work for it. Nope, it's going to decide to stay kind, actually, centering around just off of that La Bandita area, or directly on top of Knight's compound.
I feel like this circle right here, centering up on the second one, is perfect for like every team involved, because there's no like super impossible traversable areas, and you still get very dynamic low ground, high ground, ridges, like a lot of different varied engagements that could come through. Like everything you could ask for kind of in this circle, and very fair for all the teams. There's no hard pass rotation area. Like, I know we're in circle 2, but no matter how it shifts now, I think this is one of the better Miramar circles to be had for a very entertaining match.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see how this is going to continue on, especially because actually, I don't know, I'm trying to think about this and who really needs to go ahead and grab these points. It's definitely going to be those teams that are just around that cutoff point, whether you want to count that cutoff point to be that 12th place spot to get into Livic, or 16th place spot to get into the finals.
Yeah.
But right now, all the teams still staying up is good. Definitely yesterday, just towards the end games, it was getting aggressive really quickly. Like by this time, I feel like there would have at least been one team fully eliminated. So this time on Miramar, kind of slowing that back down. I wonder if teams now that today's the last day of the week, they're kind of being a little bit more cautious.
I feel like it's mostly due to the zone. Like I mentioned earlier, this zone is really nice for everybody, right? Like rotations are easy, like very accessible. It's not like 60% of the map is high ground and players know like if we don't make it past this choke point now, we're not going to be able to make it later by circle 3, right? Right now this circle 2 is like, even if it goes somewhere hard shift, easily traversable, right? There's so many road access ways still, and most of the area that's not road is like flat ground where you could drive around, and even with ridges, there's no mountains, you know, blocking a segment of the map off. So I think this is why a lot of teams right now are just playing slower. It's just like they know they don't have to play fast just yet. Like we might see some really crazy hard shift where we see 2 teams go out because, you know, they just know they have to try something, but that'll be determined in the next couple seconds. So yeah, with that being said, no action yet. Teams are just, you know, moving on in, taking up position. Nova with a really huge split in La Bendita like they always do. Back to back, also playing interesting, you know, kind of a 2-1-1 split. Good to see that, you know, back to back, they won yesterday's last match, right? I remember I recall something about, I remember saying back to back, you know, like a little bit of a shine right there. So we'll see how they do today. And as for everyone else, you know, that top 12 THIRDEYE, talked about them a lot, how they need to step up right now if they want to secure their position. So a lot of things to watch out for as the circle continues to close.
And it's definitely taken its time for sure. At this point, there has only been one elimination, being on the side of most wanted. Otherwise, I think we have seen a couple people take damage. Everybody at this point is just trying to get in a good spot and kind of just poke at the people around them, you know, like get that information, do as much damage as possible, make them get new armor or utilize their any utility that they have. But the zone has now shifted. XQ is going to be happy about this one being at that compound that's like right around that big bowl. And I'm going to be curious to see if they're going to all decide to go inside of that compound or if they're going to leave a couple of out up on top of the hill. I feel like that would be the power play or the power like move position to be able to control everything. But now everybody is converging into this spot. They might be pressured into losing one, especially as the Knights. They're starting to make a move up to the northern side of that bowl. I'm curious if they're going to go further.
It looks like everyone just kind of in that new circle played musical chairs. Execute backed up, condensed a little bit. Knights moved into Execute split. Nova now moving into the Knights previous kind of like position area. So everyone just move in a little bit. In this area of the map, still a lot of room to play with. We might not see too much teams go out. We will see some action, some engagements, maybe not full out engagements. That's Nova. They kind of lost the zone there on that hard shift to the west side, but this is still a really good launching point for Nova to clear out the rest, to play out the rest of the match. But they will have to fight the Knights if it goes any more towards the western side, which it very well may likely do. But THIRDEYE, I just mentioned them, they're taking a fight with Nova. Nova's been looking really shaky. Yesterday, they didn't have any decent games, to be honest, and they might even just get taken out by THIRDEYE here. THIRDEYE playing very aggressive, looking like 4 bros. One of the THIRDEYE players knocked though by Yi. They confirm a player Nova. That's good for the Knights, even though I don't think the Knights are even too worried about Nova at this point in terms of PMGC points.
That was making me a little bit nervous. Bolty was kind of out in the open there. I was thinking that maybe Kindness was going to be able to kind of turn that around, but he did not see him and to take those shots, and now he got knocked by a nade. This is not looking good for Nova at all. The other two have actually backed out of this compound. You can see that they have the higher ground on the hill to the southern side. They're continuing to try and take this fight, though, taking some shots in their direction, but now with a 2v3 kind of a situation, it's not looking too good. Though they definitely have gained their distance since they're now farther away from THIRDEYE. THIRDEYE is going to have to somehow get to them, so either this fight is going to kind of slow down here with this distance, or it's just going to stop completely. It also looks like we have Ace of Spades. You can see them on that mini-map, like all of their little arrows looking in this direction, so they might try to get involved here too if they spot out any of these players.
And Noah down to 2. Ace of Spades, potential third party if they fully engage. Yeah, Nova definitely not starting off with a good match. They did pick up 1 elimination point so far, but we saw that point gap. We saw how many eliminations the Knights are picking up this weekend. That 1 elimination is like a drop in an ocean that they need to fill up because the Knights, oh man, their lead is just going to keep growing and growing. The Panthers here on the southern side, southern edge. Panthers, a good team to watch out for this weekend as well, continuously improving. New circle shifts down to the south. The Knights on the edge. That's going to be really difficult to defend, in my opinion, though. I think the Knights should readjust. You see how many teams there are to the north. They might be able to bottleneck everyone out, actually, if they just hold it down. And Nova rotating in. Koi goes down. It's just all down to Yi at this point. And then the Knights might actually chase Yi down. Just to, you know, right there, Xenox confirmed it on Koi. They know it's Nova that just drove by. And Yi, he drove into the compound near the center of the zone. So the Knights might actually send 2 players, even the whole team, to hunt him down and finish him off.
Ooh, here we go. Another big fight. I had a point to make on that, but I'll have to wait. Is the Panthers. They ended up being able to take out a lot of the members of Four Bros here. Actually, I think maybe only 1 or 2. The rest of Four Bros were nowhere near that area. And Ace were thinking that they'd be participating in this next fight against THIRDEYE, but instead they're having to deal with angry amateurs that started making this rotation from the northeastern side. We could see here that we have our guests as well. Glitter going for KBL, 7 for the Knights, and Hot Cheeks for Execute. All of them strong picks, but we'll have to wait and see closer to the end of this game because all 3 of those teams are comfortably inside of the zone with a lot of fighting happening towards the edges.
And the Knights holding that northern ridge side still in a 2-1-1 split. Looks like they are going to be able to pressure out almost everybody. The teams are just now committing to the rotation into the northern side, though. A lot of teams on the west also doing the same. Four Bros and the hit list. It looks like they're just going to take a fight. They realize rotating into this zone is very difficult, and they might just go for the elim points instead. But it is actually the hit list that gets the better end of that. 2 elimination points only, and it's only Drake up. Not the best situations to be in. Most likely, he will go down to KBL, who's just waiting in the distance.
Now I was going to say 4th zone, there's no way he can go and get that res onto his teammates, so he just has to leave them behind. KPL is actually so split that they should definitely be able to pick up that elimination really easily. The Knights now getting pressured here. Angry Amateurs leaving Ace alone, or Ace at least being able to get away for now. They're pushing up to the side of this cliff here that Knights are in charge of this big plateau. And Knights are not happy with their position. Look at all of those knocks coming through almost immediately. There should be only 1 left. You can see him over there, DIY, on the opposite side of this little cliff here. I think the Knights should know exactly where he is. I almost got confused with the coloring of Star Gaming on the other side as well, thinking that maybe that was more of Angry Amateurs, but no, it's an entirely different team. So many teams having to be forced to make a rotation up on the northern side. The Knights are going to have to stop all of them.
I think the Knights could do it too. Like, there's 3 players up of Angry Amateurs right there. Next thing you know, all 3 knocked, crawling on their knees, just like, please spare us. Look at this. Knights, 2 of them taking care of THIRDEYE with another team, while Spec and his duo partner finishing off Angry Amateurs. Like I said, Knights are going to have their work cut out for them on the northern side because so many teams are moving in, but they're taking fights with 2, 3, maybe even 4 teams at the same time and just absolutely handling it like no one's business.
Yeah, like Xenox, just him is fighting against 2 solos here. I don't even think 11 realizes that he is right behind him here. Yeah, he's totally focused on the last member of THIRDEYE. You can see Bolty is behind this big rock, trying to climb up on it and maybe get some information here, but nope, it's going to be Bolty that wins this situation. Ace is out, and Knights unfortunately didn't get there early enough to potentially get both of these elims, but now they know for sure that Bolty is the one here, and they're going to at least clean him up. The zone did move again. You can kind of see it in that mini map. It did move away from them, but not that bad. They can continue on that rotation on the northern side and get rid of those other teams that kind of made their way up close to the Knights. There we go. THIRDEYE is out, and now the Knights are going to have to start moving into this next zone. They're the ones that are going to have to push people now instead of people pushing into them.
You know, it's almost like teams should hope the Knights get the circle, so that keeps the Knights in one's position, because when the Knights don't get the circle, oh, they're moving, and that is scary as APHELION getting ripped apart. Something you said made me chuckle a little bit, by the way. You said it's unfortunate the Knights can't get both of those points. You know you're having a good day when the most unfortunate thing that happens to you is you don't get both of the points. You only get one of the points. You know, whereas unfortunate stuff for other teams is getting full wiped. Unfortunate for the Knights is not getting extra points, right? Like, that's how you know the Knights are just at a different level right now. But the Knights are actually going to rotate down to the southern side, so they're not going to rotate and wrap around north and clean out those teams. It looks like they actually might be going and taking Nova's last position, which was that center compound. Spec falls out in that elimination feed as MEZEXIS here and Most Wanted continuing to duke it out on the southern side. Most Wanted gets taken out. Yi doing a really good job, but it's just only down to him. He knocks Xenox. Oh, knocks the second one. Okay. Yi, this is
that's
the
a
top
third
fragger.
one.
No, Spec did fall damage. I don't know what happened to Spec. Spec fell out. Yeah. So Yi got 2. It's Tensa versus Yi. Tensa's going to go for the revive. I do like this. Oh, that's a good nade. He might throw it all the way down the hallway. Tensa, with his spidey senses, goes upstairs to go for the other revive instead. That is just game sense at that point. Yi moving closer. He heard the footstep. He's going to chuck it. Nade.
Oh.
Goes through the window looking for a wall to bounce for it. Didn't get it. Yi confirms one. Tensa runs down as he did get the revive. Yi doing the best he can. This is the top fragger for Nova. It's all up to him to stop this Nova, to stop the team of Knights. But the Knights will take out Yi. He managed to do enough damage to have 2 members of the Knights be taken out. So it slows down the Knights just a little bit. But at the end of the day, the Knights are still getting more points than Nova for this match.
Yeah, they still have so many eliminations, but I do think that that was a little interesting to see that one member of Nova was able to just kind of play Ring Around the Rosie with the Knights for a little bit there. And if that one nade, if it didn't go at that window, it could have been a different story in the end. So I do think that that was interesting to see. Even one player of Nova is still so powerful, or even the Knights have their moments there. But the Knights are still alive. The zone is not on them, though, as you can see. We're focusing back on these teams that have now made it into the zone. KBL, they're the ones that are on this edge of this zone. MEZEXIS, unfortunately, I'm going to say unfortunately in the center here, because I wouldn't really want to be here because a lot of pressure gets put on, but I guess you could also say that the northeastern side of this new zone, you can almost ignore, right? Like, it's really just those teams that are going to make it up onto these big ridges where KBL and MEZEXIS are, or even Execute once they move in. That's where the rest of this game is going to be played.
MEZEXIS is in a decent spot. They're kind of like in a bowl, and they do have Moso back here being a nuisance. Moso not yet in zone, so he's got to make some type of play. Raining in the nades. MEZEXIS might even think that's just KBL throwing the nades over. Oh, never mind. MEZEXIS knows Moso's back there. KBL, they might want to try and third party, but Execute might take advantage of that third party, because Execute also has to move into the zone. You see right there as MEZEXIS tries to take care of the last player of the Panthers. Good nade. Knocks him down to a little bit of HP, but Moso will get the first aid off.
I was also thinking that the Knights are going to have to make their move on over, and they might go right underneath MEZEXIS. Moso, unfortunately, is unable to stay alive in that situation. Everybody saw him behind that vehicle, so there's almost no way that he was going to make it through. Tensa does, in fact, go right underneath where MEZEXIS is. I'm only a little bit worried because there is SupPig still up to the northern side for the Chosen, and we know SupPig and his ability to frag in this situation, but also he's in a horrible spot. The blue zone is upon him, and there's so many people that are probably looking in his direction as well. The Chosen, yep, there you go, officially eliminated from that spot. It's really, I feel like this really is going to come down to Execute, KBL, and MEZEXIS, but the Knights might be able to just grab a second or third place even from them being able to safely hide underneath this ridge here.
Knights are going to win this game. Just because it's the Knights, man, and they are on fire. It's very unlikely, but I don't know. I just have some sort of gut feeling right now, because the Knights, like you said, they can hide for a little bit. They can stay alive as the other teams are forced to fight it out. And with the Knights being center circle, they have the highest chance of being able to stay down there and having the other teams fight each other. It all depends. You see Execute and MEZEXIS, they both want to take care of the Knights. This might just be their undoing, as that nade looks super strong, but I think Fate bounced it off that pine tree in the way. Jason goes down, MEZEXIS, KBL. It looks like they're more focused on each other than the Knights right now.
Oh, yeah. MEZEXIS, they have one person looking in that direction, but otherwise, this will for sure just be a fight between Execute, KBL, and MEZEXIS for a while, I feel like. So the Knights can just blissfully just like wait on by for a little bit, or maybe even peek on up and steal some downs or something from down below. Oh, here we go. Big fight finally starting between Execute and KBL. Oh, MEZEXIS. they're starting to push up on the backside of this fight here, but Execute only has Jason left here. Huge hold coming through from Joey, as you said.
I think it was the DBS. I heard some DBS pop off, and now I see 3 players of Execute down, and it's Joey. Yesterday, we called it out. Joey is KBL's main weapon. Joey's main weapon, M4 and DBS. Execute falling to bits and pieces right now. It's just Jason. He throws a nade. And MEZEXIS is going to take this time to, instead of third party, focus on the Knights. I think that's a very smart decision. Usually you want a third party, but now that these two teams are distracted, maybe the biggest threat here is actually the 2-man team of the Knights.
Oh man, now it really is just down to a 2v, 1v4 here. MEZEXIS obviously having the highest numbers. Jason, he's going to continue to be a little bit... No, not even. He knew that KBL had one person knocked, so he's spotting them out right behind that smoke, and he's going to be able to actually eliminate them. So that's even more points for them. And this placement, he might be able to stay alive even later into the game. I mean, of course, MEZEXIS are more focused in that direction, though, since that is where they just heard the fights and the action happening. While the Knights have still continued to be quiet. Like, you know that they're definitely waiting for their opportunity to kind of like pop up on the situation. MEZEXIS, I think, was a little unsure on which one to really go and fully aggro.
I mean, this is scary, right? You try and take a 2v1 or like focus Jason. If one of your members get knocked, Knights will eat you right up. You try and take a fight with Knights. I mean, that's taking a fight with the Knights. So I think MEZEXIS, they're going to wait for the circle to determine what they should do. They have 4 players up, but I mean, Jason is probably the strongest, hardest hitting player from Execute. And then you got 2 players of the Knights. MEZEXIS, they're not sure what to do, so they'll leave it to the circle to decide for them.
I don't think that's a bad idea, right? I mean, sometimes if the teams don't wait for the circle to kind of help them, they can make a bad decision and be taken out, right? So in a situation like this, I feel like waiting and letting that blue zone do its job is the best call. It's the safest call, and I'm not mad about it. The zone does close even smaller, of course. It goes over towards that western side where MEZEXIS is already at the top of. And Jason, he actually backed up. Like, I'm pretty sure he wanted to get further away from MEZEXIS, definitely hoping for MEZEXIS to get into that fight with that last team, but it's just not happening. MEZEXIS are pushing towards them, and Jason's taking a lot of damage, and he goes out. You could even see, like, Jason saw the Knights, but he didn't want to do it. And now MEZEXIS, it's them versus the Knights. They're going to have to be really careful. They have the managed advantage with the 4v2, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, they have every advantage, the angles and everything, but Coops gets the opening, Tensa's gonna get the follow-up, comes down to 2v2, of course, and the flip around.
No way.
2v4 this right now. Oh, Coops went down, though, comes down to 1v1. Only the Knights can put on a show like this. Like I said, Nova could be a great team, but Nova can't make clutch things happen. Knights, you can never count them out. Tensa versus Flaw. Tensa, MVP from yesterday. Same HP. He's feeling it. He's got the UMP. Comes up over the top, and the Knights with a 2v4. You almost can't say you're surprised, man.
No.
You almost can't say that you're surprised, but definitely hyped, excited. Like, oh, that's a good feeling. It's a really good feeling to be a Knights fan today. It's a good feeling to see the Knights come back. And this is Tensa that we just saw. He clutched. We've seen every player from Knights now clutch it up this week. Spec, Xenoc, Coops, Tensa. I could go on and on. But let's throw it to the highlights, man. And I want to hear what the desk has to say about that one. Hashtag Knights in the chat, guys.
The Knights.
I just.
Yeah.
All right, Glitter. I know 7 won that prediction. Okay.
It
But-
barely counts.
Okay, it does barely count. I gotta ask you this, Glitter, right? Did the Knights win against that fight against MEZEXIS because the Knights are just insanely better, or does MEZEXIS just suck? Which one is it?
The Knights are just better.
The Knights are just better.
Yeah.
Unbelievable finish there from the Knights. 2v4, making it look like it is just too easy. Let's take a look at the match ranking here, 7. By the way, congratulations on that amazing
No,
prediction.
don't congratulate him.
You know, I mean, just the fact that you picked the Knights, you know, when they had, you know, zone and most, you know, just really tough.
What you
one there. Tough
mean?
pick.
They didn't really have zone.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
are you
well, they're the
talking
Knights, so
about?
they always have zone.
28 points for the Knights, 13 eliminations. MEZEXIS, though, I mean, they might have definitely threw that ending right there, but 21 points for them. Hopefully, I mean, this is a team that's going to be making it to the finals. Please learn something from them, MEZEXIS. You guys should have been able to handle that a lot easier. I can't talk right now. I'm just in awe. Okay, I'm actually really surprised. Knights
I can't
won that.
believe it. Yeah, I can't believe MEZEXIS.
Execute 16 points though, like that was actually really surprising too, and I'm surprised that Jason decided not to actually put on some shots on Knights. He had the option. I think he was trying to go for placement towards the end. All of a sudden the MEZEXIS players were just looking at him, but he would have been able to hinder the Knights' chances of actually winning that game. The Panthers there with 8 points. THIRDEYE, to our surprise, I was talking about them, how they were going to be starting off today. 5 eliminations. I do enjoy the aggressiveness there, Hot Chicks.
Yeah, I do too. The one thing is I think we're really learning now, especially on Miramar, you know, Glitter, is the fact that when we have a team that has a good position on a hill, do not split up, right?
Yes.
Don't split up. Don't focus half your forces on this team and the other half on there.
Unless you're Knights.
All together at one team, and then you switch on the other. Is that not correct, Glitter, as we take a look here at the top damage?
That is very correct, Jukes. Focus, fire, work as a unit, okay? And use every advantage that you have, because otherwise the Knights come along with only 2 players and get over 2,700 damage and 13 eliminations. I mean, when they should have, by all other arguments, lost in that scenario, just purely based off of the numbers. And then they just Knights doing Knights things at this point. But MEZEXIS did have a very strong game outside of those last decisions at the very, very end. Almost 2k damage and 9 eliminations themselves. That's huge. They the past 2 days have started off with a very strong performance. 2 chicken dinners on the beginning of each of these last 2 days. And then we've got some seriously decent conversion, at least there, 7, coming out of both Execute and Korean Barbecue Lovers, the teams we tried to pick, Jukes.
Yep. Man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, but 7, I know you love to see it. You know, at the end of the day, we're all happy because the Knights, you know, have just been going nuts. Now, is this not the most beautiful line graph we have seen so far, 7?
We have seen so many line graphs, and this is by far the most beautiful line graph I've ever seen. Especially if you just cover the right side of your screen, just hide that 5 and just start at 26, okay? Act like that 5 never happened. 26, 37, 15, 28. Hear me out. Knights are back, baby. This is the main reason why I got a chance to focus on them at the beginning of this show. What a performances these teams are doing, and the way they are winning the game, like, they really didn't have a circle there. They had to push towards Nova. Yi was able to almost beat them, and they were able to reset with at least 2 players, and those 2 players ended up being Tensa and Coops, and that's just the depth of this team. The skillful of the skill of these players is just out of this world right now. I'm hoping it continues like this, though, Knights. Don't get too confident. I know hopefully it's not going to happen with you guys, but we have seen it with other teams, APHELION. But yeah, do not let it get to your head.
Dude, I just did the math. In those last 5 matches, they averaged 22.2 points a game. 22 points a game. That is insane. Now, the team that helped give them some points, MEZEXIS, Glitter, right? Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about them and take a look at their player stats. I mean, they did put up, some decent numbers, at the same time, we're giving them a little bit of a rough time because we felt it should have been a lot more, right?
They were right on the cusp of taking this chicken dinner home, okay? But to be fair, like we had said, when we saw the top damage, they still had a very strong performance. They've been starting off the days well for themselves, flawless, coming through with the 726 damage for the 4 elims and 3 knockouts. I mean, when you consider the fact that they had 1900, that's a huge chunk of that damage just going the way of flawless. And then some nice numbers coming in from inactive and remix as well. You're a little bit lower, but that's fine because probably just the first person to go out. In general, the fact that MEZEXIS is one of those teams that does the opposite of what we talk about a lot, Seven, which is start slowly. They start hot at the beginning of a day. And when that comes to a shorter tournament or a shorter portion of the tournament, like finals specifically, that can actually be very beneficial for them.
Yeah, so beneficial indeed. Now we have a big thing we have to talk about always is the overall leaderboards. Because, again, this is the last day, Seven. The last day for these teams to put up some points. And man, here for phase 3, the Knights, no one's touching them. No one's touching them here at this point. But just going down that board, I mean, man, it's pretty close.
Yeah, Knights just doing the things. And I mean, with the performance they're having, by the way, this is the phase 3 leaderboards only. With the performance they're having this phase, they have actually taken over Nova Esports on the overall ranking for everything.
Wow.
So, love to see that out of Knights. They really want to get those bonus points and get an edge, a little bit of an edge over Nova. You can see Nova there somehow, even with the bad performances, they're still maintaining that 5th spot. They're still maintaining the top 5. Execute, though, I do have to give him credit, and I got to give credit to HITLIST because not just because he's doing everything, but this is a completely different team ever since he has joined. He actually sent me a stat yesterday, late last night. He was like, if you just count the games that I've been part of this team,
my
the
gosh.
team will be 2nd place overall, dude.
Yeah.
And that's just my HITLIST voice, okay? But if we keep going down the list, team MEZEXIS, I would like to see that 2nd page because remember, the top 12 teams are going to be getting a chance to play in Livik later, and they're going to be able to score a little bit more points. And guess what? THIRDEYE, even with those 5 points, Glitter, Dope Esports is still ahead of them.
Dope Esports is still ahead of them, but if we're focusing on who makes it to Livik, it's actually very close between Ace of Spades and the HITLIST right now. Only 5 points separating those two teams. So that could potentially be like another mini rivalry that we focus on throughout the rest of the day to see which squad is able to squeak on through to get some more bonus points.
Wow. Look as it goes down the page. Yeah, that's tough right there, Seven. Angry Amateurs, really close. THIRDEYE, only 1 point difference between THIRDEYE and 19.
I feel like those bottom teams have been at the bottom since the beginning of the tournament. Like there's been zero change. It's crazy.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And we're waiting for some miracle to happen, but so far, not yet. We still got one more match here coming up. And of course, I hope you guys are talking about it. Who do you think is going to finally make that big comeback? Use that hashtag PMPLNA. Again, take a little quick peek, a little picture, right? Post what your favorite team is going to be, and then hopefully we can go ahead and get you guys here on the show. Let's go ahead and take it out over to our casters for some Aaron Gale action. Let's get it on over to Zute and Span Cargo.
I am gonna when today's over, Span, I'm gonna go back and maybe just watch from the beginning of this week all the way through one more time, because the Knights, starting from day 1 of this week, they've been on fire. Every single day, it's like they get even better. They pull out even crazier clutches. They play an even more perfect game. And at this point, I know we got like 19 other teams, but I feel like at this point, every team right now should just be happy that NA has got a team that could be world global ship contenders, right? Like,
Okay.
if I was playing and if I was MEZEXIS and I lost that 4v2, at this point I'd be like, dang, I'm so happy that we have such a good team repping NA this year. Man, I'm so glad I lost to them, because at least we have a chance at globals now, because I mean that's how dominant they are, right? It's like at this point it's like everyone should be impressed. Everyone should be happy with how well the Knights are playing, even if you're competing against them. So it's just like, man, they're so good. The way Coops knocked me right there, I don't know how he did it, but man, aspire to be like him one day, right? So
Oh my gosh.
I don't know, man. And I will give a nod to back-to-back. Panthers execute back-to-back. You know, if we take out Knights out of the picture, you know, back-to-back, great comeback in week 3. They went from like nowhere to be seen back to like a second place overall for the week. The Panthers, they made a huge comeback and third place overall for this week. And execute, you know, Simon mentioned that Sixless coming back on the squad. I think Sixless just does bring so much knowledge and depth from, you know, just being previous global championship, you know, as a previous global championship contender, right? It's like the whole team just elevates a little bit more. It's not so much Sixless is just carrying the team, but just like his call outs, probably his understanding of where to be to stabilize things on the team. It's a night and day difference for Execute too. So yeah, great shout outs to everybody except for Nova. I don't know what happened to Nova. Nova has just played worse and worse, in my opinion.
After that, I'm kind of speechless. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know if teams are thinking about it that way just yet, but maybe later on. I'll agree with that for later on today. Otherwise, right now, I'm sure I don't even know. I guess I don't want to try to speak for anybody in this situation. I don't know what they're thinking. I do know, though, that Most Wanted Saint and Fishy from Dope are like, there's an enemy right in front of me and I have to win this 1v1. So that's definitely the thoughts I can pick up for sure with this one. It's going to be difficult. And also, we saw some teams that weren't participating in this match. 2 of them are actually the 2 that Clitter pointed out that would be fighting for that 12th place spot for getting into Livic. So that means Ace of Spades HITLIST aren't in this match, which I actually think is interesting because that means that they're directly in every single match together. So we might see them potentially start getting on each other's nerves just to get into that Livic match. But here we go. Fishy. Oh, just that sneak attack coming through from Fishy. I don't even think Saint had a chance there.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the 1v1, right? You go for the push. My question is the side he pushed from, right? Like, and in third person and even in first person, right? In a sense, like you have right hand peek advantage, right? You're holding the gun from your right side, meaning you don't have to peek so far out if you're pushing a player to his left, and he pushed. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too in depth, but he pushed from the wrong direction. If he wanted to challenge that 1v1, he should have wrapped around the other side, which would have given him like the right hand peek advantage. So I don't know, man. It's just he didn't need to do that. He could have waited for his teammates as well. But instead, he took the 1v1 and he took it in a very disadvantaged way. So that's the first casualty for this map. The zone is very far to the east on this Erangel. I don't see anything too crazy that might happen. Maybe we'll get a prison circle or the circle go up to Lumberyard. Otherwise, no matter where else the circle may go, we'll see a pretty standard game of Erangel. I will preface that real quick, though, with the fact that maybe 5% of the zone is on military base. And we counted that as a non-factor the other day, but that became a huge, huge factor as we watched that game play out.
For sure not going to happen this time. Nope, just not going to happen. I absolutely refuse. It's deleted from my brain. I mean, it'll definitely be used for some teams' rotations. I mean, obviously, MEZEXIS here is going to be using that, their usual drop stone to Novo. They'll try to get across back-to-back. Currently is the team on the opposite side of the bridge, but I kind of doubt that they'd go and grab that bridge just because I feel like MEZEXIS could go across the bridge, or they could even just go completely around. So I feel like the profit of staying in that area is not high enough. So I don't think we have to like focus too hard on the movement down there on the military island or even that bridge at all for this game. Of course, that being said, we've seen it happen before every once in a while, so maybe that'll happen. But I kind of doubt it, and you can even see back-to-back, actually. They're focusing on kind of moving up a little bit further to the northern side of Milta here, J-Way, going for a compound up there to the northern side. And right now, back-to-back is actually pretty split. It might just be because they're still kind of in their looting phase here before they get back together, but everybody else, there's a lot of other people and their vehicles starting their rotation, so hopefully it doesn't come and hurt one of these back-to-back players.
Yeah, we're hitting the 5-minute mark, so now teams are rotating in. I think back-to-back typically kind of play that split. I think that's kind of their just position to hold for this circle until the second circle comes back. So we mentioned it very slightly, right? We did see yesterday the circle did actually, that 5% military zone did play in. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up again is because I just remembered in that game, the Knights also won in the craziest fashions. They were rotating in from North George Pool, and they made it across with 4 players, the last team to cross the bridge and win the game. So if you're here and you just watched the Knights pull out that 2v4 and you want to see some more Knights action after today ends, I think Saturday, I think it was like game 1, maybe 3, one of the Erangel games. Like, you got to watch that game from front to finish, because it's just like every facet of PUBG Mobile competitive, like the different strategies you need to nail down. The Knights have been displaying it in spades, and that one was just something I've never ever seen done before by any team. So that's another one you want to check out. I know I am hard on the Knights bandwagon, but it is what it is, man. The Knights, I am like, if there's nothing to talk about, there's nothing going on, I'm probably going to talk about the Knights. So you guys can mute me on the stream, honestly. Like, go ahead. Do it if you don't want to hear me talk about them. But I'm gushing right now over the Knights. It's so insane, man.
I mean, if I had to choose like a favorite game of this entire event so far, in my opinion, I feel like it would have to be that match that you were talking about, actually, just because it just blew my mind while I was watching it, especially from my background, like coming from an IGL, like watching that and how it just, I don't know, it like perfectly worked out for them. And I'm sure it's not that they just got lucky. It's like for sure because they had planned it, and it just blows my mind. Like, my brain is small. It is smooth compared to the Knights for sure. So I'm again interested in seeing how they're going to play out the rest of this, because I still think that there's the ability for not even just the Knights, I guess I'll include the other teams as well, like to go on ahead and really provide us something insane to watch, because there have been a lot of other moments as well. This event so far I feel like has been the craziest in a while, Zute. Like almost every single day, like when the games are over, we're like, this was a good day. And it's been like almost every single one.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a good day when the Knights are showing up. All right, that's last bit. That's last bit. But you gotta admit, it has been the Knights putting on the majority of the show for us this weekend. It's just I mean, proof is in the scoreboard. All right, just look at the scoreboard, and that tells you the narrative. So we're nearing 8 minutes now. More rotations are either finishing or just now starting up. Teams straggling, coming in. Teams like Execute. And we have Angry Amateurs coming in from very far away, so they're taking their time. 19E as well, doing a little Mad Max action here. Driving around. Jason trying to drive away. 777 taking some shots out of the car. We might see a scrap engagement happen here. There's 3 teams, though, so might not be a full committed fight. But this Execute team, you know, they've been playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more, you know, strategic ever since they bought HITLIST on board, so they might try and outplay the 19E team if the fight continues, but it looks like a disengage.
That was crazy. 19E like pulled right on up, and Rad just like popped and flew out of his vehicle to try and get that knock, but not quite there. Just a little bit out of range for that to have worked. And the zone will continue to go over on that eastern side. Seeing that crate in Lipovka is just reminding me of an event like a while ago where it ended in the water of Lipovka. So seeing this, yeah, seeing
just
this
you
is
and me both. Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, Eastern shift, interesting. It can't go, you know, that far more east, right? And then
please no.
I saw that crate too. That's like a little omen right there. Like, we might end in a very eastern circle. Lipovka, Milt of Power. That's gonna be a really fun match to watch. The Knights right now positioned in the north, just working their way in slowly. They want to take these fights. They want to get into as many engagements as possible, because I mean, if you can win a 2v4 from being out-angled, out-positioned, the other team had the high ground, and still win that, man, with 4 players, take every single fight you see. Like, it's just rack up them points, and not only that, it plays to the macro game. Because if you kill every team near your side of the circle, well, eventually your side of the circle is going to be empty for you to do more in the late game too. So it's like, it works out. You don't have to rotate to play the meta game, as Xenox getting a knock onto Angry Amateurs right there in the elimination feed.
Yeah, they're definitely just going to take on that entire fight up there because it's just they're holding them out basically. And we got to see a couple of interesting exchanges here in this towards the center of the zone as well. Nova driving straight through back-to-back, and back-to-back wasn't able to stop Nova, so Nova kind of got ahead of them. We're seeing some other teams setting up right beside each other, and this is that fight that you pointed out happening in that elimination feed here. They got a knock onto one of the members of Angry Amateurs and got that elimination secured, and the rest of Angry Amateurs, they're kind of splitting up. We can see Mayo here, he is very far away. The rest of his teammates are far up to the northern side. I think the Knights are doing better. They're like holding out the other members of Angry Amateurs, and Mayo might just be playing the rest of this alone if his other teammates can't get away.
Yeah, I mean, when the Knights confirmed the point onto Angry Amateurs know it's the Knights, and I think immediately it's like, okay, every man for themselves, split up.
Scatter.
We're not grouping up to try and help each other out, because then we're all gonna get eliminated. Everyone just scram, scatter, right? Like, good luck. And the Knights are looking for them actively. I'm looking at the minimap. They are driving way a ways from the circle to hunt these players down. So the Knights are feeling so confident. They're playing this like it's not even a tournament match. They're just having fun at this point with how good they are. It's like you were like a master tier class player and you just queued into a bunch of like bronze players or something, and they're just doing whatever they want right now.
I could see that, but I will say Angry Amateurs like somehow getting away from the Knights is pretty impressive because they did so successfully, so I have to point that out. The Knights might have just forgotten about them now, just play out the rest of this match, and just taking a look, like our perspective, seeing this entirety of the, oh, okay, wait a second, Lori crashing onto a compound that is not safe whatsoever. To be fair, I don't think they realized that it wasn't safe because those two members of HQA were definitely just laying prone inside that building. Super quiet. We can even see them converging right there just below that shelter area now. We can even see some damage coming through between Nova and back-to-back as the zone decides to hard shift up to the northern side. So the Knights are going to be happy about that being the northernmost team. But here we go, the fight happening. HQA, they're the ones that were here first, getting a knock onto two of the members of Four Bros. Both these teams immediately came and crashed into this compound almost at the same time. And it looks like, unfortunately for Four Bros, they're the ones that are going to be taken out this time. HQA, that was like, I don't think it was intentional, but that was almost like the perfect sneaky trap.
I think Four Bros might have actually pushed that intentionally, because if it was clear, you don't see a player slam into a compound that aggressively.
As a solo, though?
No, they had a player in the Wizard Tower, like covering. Yeah, he was kind of like a little bit offside, but there's that Wizard Tower, so I think that was a setup, right? He was covering him for the slam, and you know Four Bros has just been taking every fight they can at this point, right? It's just nothing's working for them. Maybe they could win a fight at the very least. That time around did not work. So yeah, circle shifted up north. Nova with, you know, great rotation right into the center of zone, losing one player. If this was week 1, week 2, before we see the Knights in the prime form they are now, that's not bad. Lose one player for a prime position in the circle, I'd be like, that's not too bad. You could still get a good game. But right now, Nova needs to not only keep all 4 up and also get good rotations. They also need to just get a lot of eliminations, like from circle 1 to circle 2 to circle 3. Like the best Nova I've seen is them getting positioning with 4 players and winning a game with like 10 eliminations. I think at that point, that's not even enough to match and catch up to the Knights, which is scary to say. It's like getting a chicken dinner and 10 eliminations, that's not good enough. Like that is a very profound statement for Nova to start realizing.
Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to continue to try and be doing their best. I mean, that's what every team is going to be striving for. But I do think you're right. Like at that point, they would have to be doing something super drastic every single game that they go and play, right? But I just don't even think that's feasible or even sustainable. So I think they're just having to go and play their best, like usual kind of a game, and that's what they have to focus on being. It looks like the Knights have found a new target, and that is going to be WALLSTREETBETS. You can see that one of them getting knocked in one of their little buildings down there. Faker kind of holding his own building, but he will be joining the soon. Yep, because here we go. Xenox crashing into this compound right when the res come through. Unfortunately, he gets down immediately. Oh man, 3 of the members of WALLSTREETBETS are officially out, and that means Faker, that was at the different compound, he's not the last one up for his entire team.
Faker is like
this is my home now.
I love that. Faker didn't even get a chance to help his team.
No.
Like, and that's hilarious. Faker's just, oh man, I don't even have words for that.
He was like, well, that
Anyways.
just happened. I'm staying here now. Except not anymore because this is zone shift.
Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, zone shifted down south. Bad news for everyone because Knights didn't get the circle, so that means Knights are on the prowl. Knights are on the move to cause more mayhem. You can see them doing a really wide wrapping loop down to the eastern side, though, so they don't want to just cut in straight from the north because strategically, probably not the best rotation. Great circle shift down south, though, for back-to-back, who's playing a wide split, controlling the entirety of that prison hillside. We'll see if they can keep that up. That's KPL. With an interesting 2-2 split. 2 at the bunkers and 2 at the hard compounds here. You can see right in the distance. I actually quite like this split. I've never seen this one before in competitive, but it seems like it's working out for the team of KBL.
Yeah, especially now the Chosen kind of got stuck in between them. I mean, they're able to take them all out except for one left. Like, that's a pretty strong position that they have here. And they can kind of support each other from here as well. I think that's pretty nice. Like, usually if all people just go and send it into the low bowl that the northern 2 members of KPL have, it's really hard to play from there because you kind of just have to, like, hunker down and, like, hide, right? Because so many people can take a look at you, and it's just not a great situation. But with the other 2, like, inside of that compound, providing that cover, like, I think that they can be a little bit more proactive in that space. And they're holding down, like, usually it goes either to the hard north or hard south, right, of this road. Like, they're setting themselves up really nicely. We did see a member of HQA unfortunately knock themselves a little bit earlier, but it looks like they're all up now, and that's perfect timing because they're about to be taking this next fight with back-to-back who have settled down right above this prison rocks right here. And HQA, they're slowly trying to come on, and you can see the smokes coming out, but neither team have gotten a knock so far. The Panthers being on the other side as well, like, this spot up here around the rocks of prison is very strong, so I'm not surprised to see so many teams kind of in this area.
Yeah, MEZEXIS was close by, but it looks like they backed off because they had another team to deal with dope. So now it's going to just be HQ and back-to-back in a straight-up 4v4. You see the teams getting very close to each other. Nades coming in, smokes coming in. A little bit of a slow burn of a fight. This is the edge of zone, so no teams are going to come in from behind them as Polo pops out, gets a little bit of damage in, and then backs up immediately. No clear knock. Kill switch might be the trump card here as he's coming in with a flank. Good nade by J7. That's going to crack the fight wide open, and HQA just immediately getting outmaneuvered, outpositioned. You'll see them quickly fall unless if they could get some good nades to answer back with.
Can't quite spot him out hiding there, getting the res on that little shack right there, but J-Way will find out another member of HUA though, but doesn't matter. The trade did come through. Oh, so many trades actually coming through back to back so far, being able to kind of control the situation the most compared to HQA. They did get the res, but only 2 of them now are left up back to back, trying to get their res onto their down teammates here. I think that they're going to be able to succeed in doing it, but 2 members of HQA left, pushing 2 members left of back-to-back. That nade could be huge, and unfortunately it just doesn't go far enough. That could have completely changed it back for HQA, but now with them successfully getting these reses, I still think back-to-back has a disadvantage here.
Definitely. I think HQA needed to go a little bit more aggressive. I mean, they're trying. They're definitely trying with the nades, but they let back-to-back kind of reset. Faker did get 1. If he can get the second one, it's back to 2v2.
Nice.
Good pressure out of Faker, very proactive. I'm surprised the other 2 players of back-to-back didn't get him in the crossfire, but this fight's taking a little bit too long, and MEZEXIS is here now to see what they can do. The Knights did get taken out by APHELION Esports, so APHELION Esports, good job taking down the juggernauts of the Knights, and Nova did try to third-party that immediately. I noticed on the mini-map, second Knights and AE started fighting, Nova left their hard compound to try and do any damage possible. Knights are out, back-to-back still in. HQA, they're going to give up this fight with MEZEXIS close by and just try and get a good rotation into the new circle shift.
The thing is, though, even though Nova went out and pushed to try and make sure the Knights were out, like, they can't just have the Knights out. They have to continue to play the rest of this match, and right now they are, it's not looking too hot for them taking this fight with APHELION. There we go, we get to see it, actually. They just got that res onto Yi there. You can see he's healing on up, but only 2 of them left to take this fight against a lot of the members of APHELION here. It's not looking too good. Yep, there we go. Another one goes down, and they're in vehicles to start making their rotation. I wonder if APHELION might swing by. Nope, they're going to leave the last member of Nova alone for now, but it's not over for him. You can see how far that he's going to have to run to make it inside this next zone. We did get our predictions from the Dusk as well, Zute. We have Hot Jukes choosing KBL. I've noticed he really likes choosing KBL recently. 7
Joey.
with Execute, and Panthers for Glitter.
Yeah, KBL, Joey and Hot Jukes are like peanut butter and jelly right now. You know, Hot Jukes absolutely just is a stand for Joey, and I can't blame him. Joey has been performing amazingly throughout each week, and they have a good position too. Like, they have this bunker area, that 2-2 split that, you know, we saw them play earlier. It really worked into this circle really well. Of course, still might get a little bit tricky, but Quan with a nice nade onto Clown right there. KBL probably, honestly, in the best position, in my opinion, for this zone, because they got a lot of ridges and like dips to work with. You just got to be a little bit careful. Yi still in the match, not yet in the zone, and he's putting in a lot of damage. 2 of KBL knocked, and the nades are coming in. Yi is a very dangerous player, but Acer, a little bit more dangerous. Look at that. 3 players knocked out of KBL. Will they get the full reset? Can APHELION try and take advantage of this? But APHELION also down to 1. Looks like they will get that full reset indeed.
That was making me a little bit nervous there. Now they're going for those reses, but yeah, you're right. It's not over. APHELION still has at least one person up to the northern side. You can see them trying to get their res onto 1 potentially, but Execute starting to put on that pressure. They're actually in charge of a lot of the zone as well. As you can see, they're spread out on the entirety of that northwestern side, and the zone decides to go to them. I mean, Jason Sixless, they're in the opportunity. Like, they have the spot where there's a tiny little ridge right there that they can continue to play. And now with Telly and Fate in their position, they can just stay there and hold it. So anybody that tries to make rotation on that western side will have to go through them first. They have ultimate kind of control of the zone and information. Just a tiny bit worried since they are so spread out. That is the only thing that I feel like could go bad for them if they start being taken down one by one here. Oh, HQA trying to hide in the vehicle will be spotted out by Dope.
Yeah, that's something I really love, because we've had vehicles for a very long time in competitive PUBG Mobile, right? We didn't see anyone try utilizing the hide in vehicle trick until like maybe just a year ago. So that's like 2 to 3 years where no one even thought to do that, but it works really well. You saw how hard it was to spot that player, and he almost got the drop on him. So now that the circle has shifted, like you mentioned, Execute with great control, pretty much full control of the entire zone. This is a good opportunity for them to pick up a lot of points. Problem is, though, we've seen Execute do these type of things, and something just slips up and everything falls apart. But with Sixes kind of maintaining everything down now in the middle between everyone as an anchor point, they should be okay. But KBL still has 4. It might come down to a KBL versus Execute match in the very late game.
I can see that, especially as down here on the southern side, I should say, the Panthers fighting Dope. The Panthers will actually win on that, but they still are only 2 of them left, right? Now they have to make their rotation still into Execute. Panthers actually, I think, try to drive by Execute, but since there are 2 of those members there, they had to kind of stop the Panthers in their tracks. One of them gets knocked as well. Execute, if they actually, these 2 could be aggressive on this to finish this off, but maybe they don't want to, since their other 2 teammates might need them at a moment's notice. So we'll have to wait and see, as now they and KBL are really starting to make their movements. They're definitely looking around at this point. KBL is much more spread out after getting those reses.
Let's see where the next circle shift goes. The Panthers might do a number on to Execute. The Panthers playing absolutely on fire this week as well. They're down to 2. Very tough push for them to go in the zone. We'll see if they try. It looks like they're going to wrap more towards KBL sides. They don't want to cross that little hillside that we saw Fate and Telly at. And Godfan, he might, you know, be spoiler for KBL. I don't. Oh, just as I say that, the Panthers take him out. And now it's a 3-way fight. Oh, APHELION. Wait, APHELION Esports still in? Oh, Trick is still alive.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice. In the northeast, behind the team of Execute.
Yeah, he's like right next to Sixless. I think the grays, they're like just blending in a tiny bit. Trick could go on ahead and kind of mess this up for Sixless, at least, if they're not careful. You can see that they did get a knock onto KBL, so this might be their opportunity to push onto KBL and really get them trapped inside those little trenches that they're at and take them down. But maybe they don't have to with this next zone shift as well. Like, they can continue to be a little bit patient on this. So much util being rained down on top of them, though, is just taking them down. So much damage. There still are 3 members, but as you can see, they're just laying prone in there. They can't really do too much. The 2 members of Panthers down to the south, they might be able to pop on up and stop Execute in a bit, though, but they're not going to be doing that anytime soon until they have to move.
The Panthers might be able to help out KBL here. Oh, no, KBL can help out themselves as Acer gets a nice knock onto Fate. That's going to relieve some pressure, which is much needed. Caught it out. Sixes for a second. Sixes goes back down. The hillside circle did indeed shift towards KBL and APHELION Esports. So the Panthers are going to be the first team to make a move here. Let's see if they help out Execute or if they help out Korean barbecue lovers. For now, that knock was great. It relieved the pressure of the nades, but unfortunately for KBL, they did lose Sam to those nades.
And now you can see that they're kind of taking a little bit of a breath, I guess we'll say, trying to look and see what else they can get now, tossing out those feeler nades basically. If they get a knock with one of those, that will for sure be their opening to make a move. Ooh, that big Molotov actually catching Telly, but he's going to be fine there. We'll be able to heal on up. The Panthers are getting closer. Look at him, Chico. He's actually crawling right up to KBL, while Fierce is crawling right up to two members of Execute. So these two solos here, they're playing as solos, I should say, could do some huge damage to either of those teams. We can even see Trick in the distance. He can still do something big here too. Sixless though, providing that cover like you were saying, will spot out one, but Chico drops down. No way, and gets two for KBL. KBL only has one person left now as Chico just decimates them.
This should be Execute's win, unless if Trick knocks one of Execute, and then Chico knocks one, and then it could get really tricky here, but this should be Execute's game. 4v1v1, it's pretty much done for, and now it's a 4v1. Trick managing a second place finish. I didn't even see him back there that great. Really blending in. He gets one, he gets two. Oh! If he gets that third onto Telly, Telly just needs to hide. Telly just needs to hide. If he went down, Trick would make this a 1v1. Trick is APHELION's best player. We saw in week 1 be the star player, picking up massive eliminations. He could win this 1v2 still.
Bro, no way. Telly was taken down so low, but he is able to heal on up. It's officially a 2v1 though. Trick trying to peek on up, but just so much headshot damage there. Execute will still win it in the end. That was going to be a hard one to happen, but Execute gets that chicken dinner still.
Yeah, good chicken dinner for Execute. Also, just that wasn't the Knights putting on a show, but hey, even other teams putting on a show. KBO with a great 2-2 split. We saw how that played out. The Panthers sneaking in. That was a massive sneak play. Tricks showing up from APHELION, and of course Execute getting the chicken dinner. So I'll take back what I said. It's not the Knights giving us great games every single game. I think it's everyone just stepping it up this week and just really just inching out everything they can to put on the best show possible, Span.
I definitely think that's what's happening. I feel like just the level of performance or just ability from a lot of these teams have just been increasing over all of these events. But we're going to toss it into the highlights and then to the desk.
Welcome back, everybody, and the sixless math gets even stronger. What a finish right there. Execute clutching up that win, and 7 gets the back-to-back prediction dubs.
Yes.
Glitter, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Glitter?
You want to know why?
Why?
It's because 1 is 6 less than 7. And so we should have seen that coming. We should have seen that coming.
Oh my goodness. Somebody clip it and tweet it out, please. And make sure you tag me and Hot Jukes.
Wow. Okay. That,
The
you know what?
bomb
That is
jokes
in
are
fact
coming out.
the answer. Oh my goodness. And while you're tweeting that, also tweet your vote for what the punishment is going to be, okay? For whoever loses this. And that's going to be either, eating a lemon, changing the squeaky voice, or the deep voice. Or we have to address each other as royalty. Yes, my liege, So that could be fun as well. Use that hashtag PMPL NA. Oh my goodness, man. What a finish right there. Korean barbecue lovers, I went for them. I thought that they could have possibly had that one. I think they played that one just a little bit too passive. I would have liked to see more aggressive smokes rather than defensive. Standing straight up, Glitter, and just putting some shots downfield. What do you think about that as we take a look at the match standings?
Listen, I feel like, Jukes, that was a close and rough end game for the two of us, losing to 7 yet again. I would have loved to see if somebody could have taken some shots down on Execute. But to be fair, phenomenal performance across the board from a lot of these teams. I mean, 10 elims apiece for Execute and Panthers, while Execute goes home with the chicken dinner. Panthers with 20 points, though. That's going to be a very, very nice performance for them, especially considering the way that they were able to push up. They kind of had that split, 1-1 split there at the end with the last 2 remaining players. Were able to clean up some Korean barbecue lovers who also did well. 6 elims. 6 elims for APHELION. I mean, we saw Trick still up there at the end, Hope trying to potentially take out Execute, like you were talking about, Jukes. There was a lot. There was a lot happening in this end zone. And then on top of it all, 7, you said it, every time we look at them, it seems like Dope is having a better performance than THIRDEYE, and Dope has 6 elims in this match, so they don't want to be going anywhere when it comes to the top 16.
Yeah, Dope really wants to make it to those finals, and I'm enjoying, though, that they are getting better. They're not just doing the bare minimum, right? I would like to see, before today ends, Dope, please try to get a win. Going into the finals, you don't want to be one of those feeder teams. You don't want to be one of those teams that the teams look down upon and be like, okay, those are free points right there.
Yeah, well, they're already going to look down on them already, because with this new format, man, I mean, it does not reward, not doing well here in this league stage 7 as we take a look at the top damage. You got to put up some big points, because those bonus points, I have a feeling, are going to play big in the finals.
Oh, they're definitely going to. Trust me, we'll be touching on that once we get to it, especially after the Panthers. I'm impressed by their conversion rate. 1,400 damage, 10 elims. I mean, Execute, 2,000 damage, 10 elims. Good for them as well. And with Execute, completely different team that we're seeing now. Dope Esports, look at this. This might be the first time, actually, that we see them here within the top 3 in regards to damage. 6 eliminations for them alongside with Korean barbecue lovers. And I agree with what you were saying, Hajix, and I agree with what Glitter was also saying. I feel like they were playing too passive. I wish they would have just bring on the heat a little bit more. Back-to-back, staying quiet, but still getting eliminations. APHELION Esports, as you mentioned, with Trick. I mean, every single time we look at this team, it's either Trick or Nate that's pulling up clutches. Going into the finals, I want to see some of the other players. And I mean, the only reason why I know his name is because in the phase 1, he always kept dying. But I want to see, come on, somebody else besides Trick and Nate.
Yeah, we need to see it. We need to see it because we saw just how well it worked for the Knights, right? Once we saw the other squad mates putting up some big numbers, now they're just wrecking everybody. So yeah, I think that's a good point. Got to see some other people pop up there in the leaderboards. Now, Glitter, let's talk about Execute, okay? Because now that they got 6-list, I think we are seeing a different squad here. And I think it may have to do with just how he IGLs people. Very, demanding. And when you get a new player on your team and you start doing well, I think that does pretty well for the overall mental mentality for the squad. What do you think, Glitter?
Absolutely. I mean, look at these numbers. The fact that what is inconsistent for them is an 11-point game or a 12-point game, that's so much better than what we saw coming out of them at the beginning of this entire phase. I mean, they have really, really picked up their gameplay. Like you were just saying, Jukes, I think the addition of Sixless. Whatever needed to be shaken up, that's what they did, Seven, and it has been paying off.
Yeah, Sixless so far this phase has played 11 matches. He has gotten 12 elims, and I mean, so far today, you can see him. Yeah, he might not be getting that many eliminations, but it's just that support that he's able to provide to his team, especially in that last round. Telly, overall, though, I gotta give some mad props to Fate. Fate has been really consistent for the team, and I would actually say this is one of the better seasons that Fate has had in PMPL North America, and I love to see that. And then Jason putting up some numbers too, 780 with 5 eliminations. And if we just go based on phase 3, I mean, Fate currently has 21 eliminations. Jason has 20. Sixless has 12 with only 11 matches played. And then we go to Telly, 18 matches played. He has 16 eliminations. So I feel like, and we all feel it too, I feel like I'm not the only one. It's a completely different team, and I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah. I'm here for it as well. I mean, hey, the confidence is strong, and when putting performances like that, you know that they got to be hyped. They're feeling themselves right now. Hopefully they can continue with that. Don't feel themselves too much, right? Hopefully we can see some bounce backs here as the next match is about to get started. Glitter, any predictions here? Early ones?
No, we're not playing this game. I'm already losing too hard. We got to go to the game.
All right, let's get into the game. Let's take it on over to Zute and Span Cargo.
I'll predict one thing, Span, which is this is going to be a good game. I don't even care where the circle is, where teams land. It's going to be a good game because we've had 12 good games in a row. Actually, the whole week. So that's like 22 good games in a row. This week has been great for PUBG Mobile fans, and that's because the teams, everybody's stepping up, and we had a little bit of spotlight on Execute. I actually want to, give them a lot of props. They're not playing this round though, but Execute, I mean, I've been on team with Sixes, I've been on team with Telly, I've definitely been on team with Fate, because that's when we made it to PMGC. Didn't do too hot, but I will say, I think the team's maturing. I think in every aspect, like not just through gameplay, but as players, like their mental, their cool, their understanding, their teamwork, just as a competitive team, having to put up with each other, push and shove, just meeting in the middle ground of certain decisions, who's at fault, who should, try and improve a little bit more, like all of that behind the scenes stuff. I think every player is maturing. Now, I've never been on a team with Jason, right? But I love seeing Jason being the overall kind of carry in sense of just raw numbers. It's like they picked up Jason, who's relatively newer compared to the other three, like a youth player in a sense, right? You always get those players that kind of just join in and they're just naturally a little bit more talented. It's a great synergy, right? A new star kind of rising of Jason. 3 players very experienced, kind of cultivating that and also cultivating themselves to work together better. And Execute has been performing better than I've seen them ever perform. Seven mentioned it. Ever, this squad iteration with Fate, continuously trying to lead and play in competitive PUBG Mobile. So great shout outs to everyone on that squad. I hope they can keep it up. I really love the way this team is starting to mature.
They actually have a significant amount of placement points for this week, by the way. They actually they have the second most placement points, the first being the Knights, actually. So you're right. I definitely think you guys kept talking about Sixless and his IGLing coming in to really help out the team, but I think even just I needed to point out the numbers as well, because we can say that, but like pointing that out, it's pretty impressive. So I agree. I think we've ended up seeing Execute before as well, and they just didn't perform to this ability whatsoever. And their eliminations are not that far behind either, I'll have to add as well. So clearly it's just been an increase in all facets. They're in 4th overall for this week alone.
Yeah, it's like one thing with Execute, when they did well, it was never consistent. It'd be like a good match, and then it dropped to 0, dropped to 2 points, 3 points. But now it's like, this is the most consistent I've ever seen Execute. Like 5 games in a row now. We had that chart up earlier. It's like 5 games in a row where they're like 2 digits, right? So it's just like, this is really great to see. So who knows, man? Maybe they could be the next Nova coming up. Nova right now, not looking too good, but we see Nova with a long streak of good consistency, great points. Right now they're just struggling, but maybe Execute might be the next Nova. There's a lot of things going on to keep track of in PMPL NA, and it's always it just really makes me happy that it's just not one team doing everything, and there's potentials for everybody to rise up.
There's been a lot of that. We've been seeing that a lot. I mean, we keep talking about the Panthers and how they come and they're like have insane fights. Right now, second overall in this week. Like it's just true. They have insane number of eliminations, and that goes for a couple of other teams as well. Like now, even KBL, I feel like has been stepping up a lot as too, right? So. Especially because at the beginning it wasn't too hot, but now they've been doing well. So a lot of teams, I agree, they're improving and just increasing the difficulty for everybody else in these lobbies, and that's just creating some insane games to watch. Even this one, I'm already looking forward to it. It's one of those circles that I really like, Zute. It's down. It has some of that southern side of Miramar with the darker rocks, and this is gonna be a good game.
Yeah, it's gonna get challenging. It's definitely gonna be more difficult than the last match that we saw, where the terrain wasn't as harsh. But it's great. We'll vary it up, of course. Nova and the Knights in this match together with a more difficult circle. That's always going to be a joy to watch. And looking at the map, I feel like everybody's very comfortable with this zone too. We've seen this zone numerous amounts of time, like the southwestern kind of centered up zone, to be honest. I think teams will know exactly how to play and what they're going to do. So it's just a matter of time before we start seeing some of these fights. And this is also going to be one of those very familiar circles where it's going to be very slow, in my opinion, right? No, like, we have to get to this position yet. Might see that in the second circle, but I don't imagine we'll see any fights for the first two circles. And it might maybe be a knock here or there, but that should be about it.
Yeah, I mean, the plane path was far away from where this first circle ended up showing itself, but the zone's so big that everybody should just be able to rotate kind of around each other. We couldn't even see, like, the last time we had to take a look at the map, that people are already so spread out, even despite that. So I agree. I do think it's going to be a little bit slower because there, you know, there's a chance where if the plane path and the circle go on opposite sides, then we know there's going to be a lot of fighting on rotations. A little bit of that might happen, but otherwise I feel like a lot of these guys have a lot of space to be making these rotations rather freely. The only thing I want to keep an eye on, like, maybe are those locations where there really is only one way to traverse through the land, so that, you know, you don't have a situation like this that Mayo's going through, like literally struggle brussing across all of this all of the little ridges here, but it's not too many locations. The biggest one, I think, being around El Pozo and Monte Nuevo.
Oh, great shots by Ren. Always love seeing always love seeing a DMR player doing those slow aimed taps. Almost got the knock, right? Xenox actually does get knocked by Koi, and this is it. They should full commit. Nova should full commit to this fight. They know this is Knights. I mean, they study each other day in, day out. So they should really just full commit to this. They need to do this every single game and win games if they want any chance of slowing down the Knights and catching up. Xenox actually does get taken out. This is going to be fun to watch. I said there's not going to be any full-out engagements, but when it comes to Nova and Knights, those are two teams that will want to full engage whenever they can.
Nice backup from Coops as well. I think he realized that he was getting pushed by two people and he needed to get a little bit closer to his team, or even just get more control of the situation, right? Like back up, get to a little bit more of a safer location, because now Nova, they are hard pushing in this situation. They had almost gotten a second knock as well. If they had gotten that, I think we would have seen an even more aggressive push than what we're seeing now. Some util coming through, taking Spec down just below half HP. So some huge util. They know exactly where that dip is, where teams play, and Spec is out of there again. Almost gets taken out by that M16, but now all three players of the Knights are safely inside of a building. So it's just down to Nova to see if they can get a knock inside of one of these, or if they're going to choose a building to start pushing towards.
This is almost like a PMPL match in of its own, right? Like, I know, like, it's great seeing, you know, 16 teams fighting at a time, but the story between these two teams, just seeing this 4v4 play out, I mean, if the match ends after whoever wins here, I'd be happy with it too. This is it's tense, and notice how much respect Nova has for the Knights team. Usually when a player's driving away, right, somebody commits a full spray. But Kindness, that player's driving away, he took like 4 shots and instantly went back to cover, because they know the Knights will have someone covering those retreats. The Knights don't let free shots being taken at their teammates, and now Nova, they're gonna make that push. They couldn't find another opening with their angles, so they got to get close and personal.
Oh boy, I'm just a little bit nervous that it's only one person here. I was thinking that the building that they should probably push next is the one that Koops is inside of, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing because this one's a little bit easier to get close to. The one that the other two members of the Knights are in is kind of like in a little bowl, like an enclosed space. So all of Nova are right underneath the Knights here, and the Knights actually are pushing out of that compound to go and support Koops in this position. One of them, Tenza, getting a nice alternate kind of angle here by also going down onto the ridge, but a 1v3, it's going to be pretty difficult. The trade does come through though, and now they have to focus back onto the two other members of the Knights. You can see them starting to venture out. They know that at least one person is knocked. Maybe they should start making the push now, especially because they just got another one. Yep. No way, Koops gets another. This is a 2v2 now.
No, well, one of the Knights got knocked too, so now it's a 1v2. Koops with a really good knock. Make this a 1v1 right now, Koops. Now it is indeed a 1v1. And this is putting on a show. I think they're getting a revive though. Koops using a bandage. He's gonna have to take the 1v2. He might go for the revive on Spec. No, Koops is in killer instinct mode. It'll be a 1v2. Full HP potential for Ren as well. Koops needs to get this knock. Quick peek, good control, but Koops ultimately does go down. Nova wins that fight, and look at that. That's a celebration in of itself. I love seeing Nova getting fired up right there. This is going to give them confidence to like, all right, we're going to hunt the Knights at the beginning of every single round. We're going to 4v4 them. We need to win that, not lose too many members, and then put on massive points. If they do that every single step of every single game from here on out, there's a chance that PMGC contention will close, and we're going to keep seeing them slug it out back and forth.
That'd be pretty sick. They just have to continue to do that, just as you said. Because, I mean, as of right now, don't get me wrong, it's still Nova that's kind of holding onto that top spot overall for this event, but the Knights have just been slowly creeping up. Like, they're honestly, they could be one game away from overtaking that top spot as of right now. So, Nova, right now, they not only have to focus on those points for PMGC, but this event alone, you know. So there's a lot of layers to this as we keep talking about it. So it's nice to see them take that fight. They won that for now, and it looks like now one of them just got knocked in that elimination feed. So it looks like they're not getting into the best situation every once in a while. It's actually MEZEXIS. They got that knock from that far away. They're definitely wanting to try and poke this beast. I think they saw the rest of that fight, and maybe now they're seeing if they can do something about it too.
I almost want to, proposition a rule for the admins that are, for the TOs running this. Can we make it a rule to have no teams third party a Nova versus Knights fight? Like, can we, subtract 5 points if you third party these two teams? Like, please, just let them duke it out. Like, just let them finish a fight, and then you can come in later. But don't interrupt the fight, man. The fight between these two teams is so much on the line. It is so good. Like, it should be respect to not interrupt their fight. As we have THIRDEYE, a team that needs to make that positioning right now, but on the lower end of things, right? They've been struggling a lot. We mentioned their names, and they lose a player just now to the sides of Is that WALLSTREETBETS? Yeah, WALLSTREETBETS playing very aggressive here. And Circle's about to shift too, so both of those teams need to start moving right after this.
Yeah, I don't want to entirely get in a fight right before the zone shifts because that could just put a pause onto any sort of a good rotation for them. I mean, they are on the far edge, though, which just isn't a good spot to begin with. And you can see that it basically centers on up, centering just around Chumacera. So this is going to be an interesting ending, especially since it's a little bit of city inside of this, but a lot of those mountains and kind of plateaus towards the center. It's going to be a little bit spicy. HQA, nice rip out of the vehicle onto one of the members of Star Gaming here. Now they're trying to do the same to Nez quick. And he is trying to get away as fast as possible inside of that bus. The stop goes through, but HQA, I was going to say, maybe he's going to get away, but it just does not happen. HQA saw an opportunity, and they took it. There are still a couple members, I believe, of them close by. I don't even know. No, Star Gaming, they're so spread out. The other member is like almost on the southern side of this new circle.
And, ooh. Maybe we'll get a Chumacera circle, for the very end. That'd be great. Looking at this, a lot of teams are starting to scramble now, right? Because there's the middle area of the map is the high grounds that separates Chumacera from the low ground of the roadside that we see right there. The Panthers right now, in a side position. I think they're just waiting to see one more zone. And this is a decent spot too, because they could rotate up around or down south into the rest of the circle, where depending on where it shifts. Chico with that M4 or M16 right there with the 4X. Four bros on top of the mountain church position. I think this is the first that we've seen of four bros into the late game, because usually they've been taking every fight they can, but they loot Shumasera, so they've been kind of, just getting the circle on top of them each time, so they've just been repositioning every now and then.
Yeah, for sure. The only, I'm a little bit worried about the northern side of this zone, and that there's a lot of teams up to the northern side right now, on the northern side of that like little road. And that's more open, right? Like there's only like a couple of compounds in those areas. Otherwise, it's pretty out in the open, and everybody's going to be trying to cross that road like with that huge ridge, and it's going to be pretty difficult. So some of those teams that we want to see better performances of, or that have already done a good performance and we want to see more of, like Nova, they're going to have to try and figure out a way to get across, because I don't think you'd want to stay up there. I would try to get at least over that difficult spot right there. Even HQA, actually, they'd have a pretty decent compound here on this road, but it's just so far up to the northern side on this road that no matter where this next zone goes, like if it goes to the south, they just have to go as far over to the western side as possible to get around, and that's in the complete and utter open that KBL would be able to take advantage of.
And the blue zone too, if they want to wrap around, they're going to have to go into the blue. We'll see what happens on next zone shift though, as Nova rotating in, keeping 4 still up, 4 elimination points onto the Knights, looking for another one potential. MEZEXIS getting very close. Great spread from Nova though. That's how they get a lot of their points. See, they have one player spread all the way, or 2 players doing a 2-2. So MEZEXIS tried to do a push onto that location, but the off angle was already covered. And that circle looking really good for Nova. If they can manage to hold that 2-2, or hold the place where Koi and Kindness are, if they decide to group up, this could be a good game for them.
Oh boy. I'm just like, there's just so many possibilities, actually, I'll just say, with this kind of a zone, because people could play it a little bit slower and get into the end, or there's so much opportunity for people to be aggressive and just go like right underneath the ridge of anybody's compound. That's what this terrain kind of provides the opportunity of. So it's really just going to come down to these teams and how exactly they want to play this. Looks like the Panthers and 4 bros fighting for a building on the very southern side of this zone, though, has 4 bros getting 1 person knocked so far, and the rest of them actually weren't even in this area. You can see Lori up to the northern side of this, and the other 2 were all the way over inside of the church compound. So Panthers, they just brute forced this position here, and they might get the same treatment back. You can see in the little map there that now WALLSTREETBETS are even potentially interested in this location too.
Yeah, WALLSTREETBETS actually knocked one of the 4 bros player there, and WALLSTREETBETS not in the zone, so they'll definitely look to make some sort of push, maybe into 4 bros or maybe into the Panthers. So it looks like WALLSTREETBETS is going to circle around to take 4 bros location instead. The Panthers in a great spot still. They are in zone at the hard cover. You might see a fight between WALLSTREETBETS and the Panthers too, as 4 bros, they're just going to eject out of there. They can't get that revive, and they're going to just go a little bit further into the zone and stay alive for a little bit longer.
Oh boy. So many teams now actually kind of doing that strategy, as you said, like all of them kind of staying outside of the circle for now, waiting for that blue zone to get a little bit closer. I think they're just waiting to see what kind of fights are going to start breaking out and that they can start being a part of, basically, because this is the circle that's the most difficult to kind of get into, because there's barely any places to actually like securely pay for yourselves, and there's still so many people. Like, this is definitely an elimination kind of zone, like the one where all the fights are going to start happening now, unless they do find those couple of ridges, right? So down here on the southern side, this is where the most pressure is. You can see that THIRDEYE right next to Star Gaming, and a huge fight happening between Ace of Spades and Dope right in front of them, just inside zone. So if they don't want to continue to stay inside Achievement, they might be able to kind of push up on this, or at least get involved a little bit. Flashy, ooh, he's pushing through this smoke. He knows he got a knock on one of the Ace of Spades members here, but where did they go? And he did not spot them out. Ace of Spades being able to get the knock back onto him. The rest of Dope, I don't think, are pushing that much closer, as Illusion spots out another in a completely different area, taken down super low. So that was a nice kind of angle from 11 that was kind of distracting Dope from being able to help out the rest of their team.
Yeah, Ace of Spades are still getting shot at, this time not by Dope, but by KBL. They're just put themselves in target sightlines of a lot of players. And Dope They're going to be able to reset now with those smokes, but they got to push into zone. Nade coming out by 11. Is it going to connect? Comes kind of close, doesn't connect. Nice shots right back. It's going to force that player back down to do a little bit of healing. And we're about to head into the next circle shift. Every team having pretty decent spot. Some teams are on the south side, I'd say, is in a definitely rougher position. The circle goes southeast down towards Four Bros and, more importantly, the Nova team. Nova just has to mount another good defense, and they can find themselves in the late game.
Yeah, Kindness, he has himself a little compound right there that the other members could join him by, but right now they might stay up there for a little bit longer just to provide some cover from those people that are like just on the other side of that hill, such as MEZEXIS or WALLSTREETBETS, that one member of WALLSTREETBETS. So it's still a little bit of a, you know, when the zone pops and you have yourself a position, it still is a little bit of a waiting game or seeing where you can position yourself to gain an advantage, even if it's not inside of that zone here. Even, okay, Start Gaming, they're just inside of that last zone, and he can hear all of the members of THIRDEYE running by. As a solo, he's definitely playing the quiet game. And KBL, okay, they were taking shots at this fight down on the southern side. They decided to actually join that fight, probably to see what eliminations they could pick up. And if they continue down on that big plateau that they're currently at, they could find themselves a good spot inside of this next zone. But it gives them a lot of information first as well.
Yeah, great decision making right there. They had the pressure, they had the read on that spot earlier. Now with the new zone shift, they're going to use this as a hopping off point to get that info. And it looks like they did find a position, and they're going to quickly move into it. Earlier rather than later, I maybe would have liked to see them leave one player up there just to get, you know, survey the land, maybe see other teams that might push into them. Also a great angle to use. Maybe they don't have the vehicle support for that, and this is why, like, they just all went to the low ground in HQA. They have great sight lines. They need more smokes down if KPL wants to survive this onslaught, but HQA, they're going to make that push. Now, if they had just one player up on that hilltop side, might have been able to control things, as HQA actually pulling up and getting grenaded. Double knock right off the bat, and Crystal Big taking use of the high ground that KBL gave up. It's not over yet, as we still got Joey in the mix. TC coming in to third party this good opportunity for TC. Joey, does he have that DPS? Looks like he's got the UMP this time around. Takes down one player of TC. Subpig with a decent nade, 50%, getting some finishes. Joey playing quiet here. Got the UMP, gets a knock onto HQA in the distance. Is Joey gonna come up over and timing this? No, he's gonna get that first aid off instead. Joey just last player up.
Oh man, KBL had such a good spot, but I think you're right. They got there just a little bit too early, or didn't leave somebody behind to provide necessary support if they wanted this spot this early on, because they got here so early. They're the ones that are mainly being targeted from all these other teams currently now pushing on in. Big nades, big damage coming through. Joey, though, will get the elimination onto Sup Pig, has the Chosen going out, but he's not over yet. There's still two members of HQA, or one actually, as one just gets almost taken down from other people inside of the zone. And okay, well, it's not even over on the northern side either, as the last remaining member of the hit list also shows themselves. This zone was definitely an elimination zone. So many teams were taken out or now are all broken up. Angry Amateur is stuck inside of this little shack here, also taking that fight with HQA. It works, they're safe, they just can't really gain any more information or see if they can even make it into the next zone just yet.
Next circle, it did shift out towards the side of Nova. Nova still has 4. The Panthers, the other team with 4 members up. If Nova gets this chicken dinner, I really want to see it, because that is literally exactly what they need to do. Fight Knights early, take them out, and then win with elimination points. And if they do this now, I hope it'll give them the confidence to try and do it every other single match, because they need to do that. This might actually be the last match where these two teams are in the lobby together. Is this the third match, man? Like, things have been going by. So, okay, if this is the third match, that means each Nova and Knights will play a match without the other team in it. So this is a good start. They need to keep doing it. We have Live It coming up, though. We have 6 matches today. So before I get too ahead of myself, let's bring it back in. Four Bros still alive. Down to 2. We saw them reposition here, so it's been working out for them. They haven't been pushed just yet. Panthers might want this spot, as they continue to try and pick up some points, still with 0 eliminations.
It definitely looks like they're more interested over on the eastern side here, getting at least some over here on the side. The Panthers being said. They were able to eliminate whoever was in between them and Nova, and now Nova might be their next target to kind of focus on. However, with their kind of ridges, they can't really do too much to where Nova are now, because they found themselves a really nice position right underneath this compound that Four Bros are at. And you're right, Four Bros, they've had 2 up for a while now, and they have themselves this compound, but they haven't really been able to participate in any of these fights. They don't have any eliminations to kind of continue to pad their points that they're going to get from this placement. So maybe now into this end, they'll be able to, but they're not even playing in the furthest point of this compound to be able to see a lot of these fights happening.
They did manage to pick up 2 onto Angry Amateurs just as Nova was about to take those away. Now the Panthers are making a move onto Nova. Good knock right there out of Koi with the AUG. That's going to slow things down for Ren to get revived, so that's huge. I think Nova's starting to realize, okay, we got potentially another 4-man team. They should really focus on this side. You see everyone kind of shifting over. They're going to leave 4 Bros alone. 4 Bros, only 2, not really that big of a threat. And everyone's positioned this way. Great, Nate, that is huge. Taking it from a 4v4 down to a 4v3, because it's not just them taking down one player. It's them being one step closer to getting the chicken dinner. And the Panthers is a deadly team, so any finishes you could confirm on them is great for the side of Nova.
Especially Frady. I mean, don't get me wrong, all these other players are really good players, but Frady, at least this weekend, he's been popping off, right? So him being the one taken out is just going to help them even more. And unfortunately for the Panthers, the zone has moved back towards this compound where Nova and Four Bros are. Four Bros being a duo, I don't think that they're going to start being aggressive onto Nova until the very last minute, and they have the slow side of the zone closing. So the Panthers on the fast side, so they have to make the move first, and these ridges are just not helpful. You can even see Fears here. He might have arguably the best little position here, and it was still even out in the open if they push too far over. Another knock onto Nova, actually, though. That's going to be the opening that they were looking for. They're going to start making this push on over. Let's see if they're going to be able to confirm this down or even get another one here as Fierce starts peeking on over. They know that Nova is close by. Kind of trying to back up, trying to make sure that they're the ones in control of these peaks here. A lot of the Panthers are taking that super low. One goes down, and it looks like the Panthers, they're out of here. That means Nova, it's only Dumb versus the last 2 members of Four Bros.
That push might have worked if Frady was still up. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. That one confirm with that nade changed everything. If Frady was up, Nova might have lost that just right there and then. Now, 4v2, I'm going to say Nova's got this. You know, it's Four Bros. If this was the Knights, hey, we might see another 2v4. That would be a great finish. Four Bros, they'll try their best, but I got to give this one over to Nova, which I absolutely love. They're swinging around the side. One of them might get knocked, though. He needs to be a little bit careful. He's by himself. He does not have a supporting player with them. This might be the small downfall to everything as, yeah, Yi goes down. Now it's a 2v3. Come on, Nova. Like, you got to clean things up a little bit. Don't risk it too much. I mean, they weren't in that much of a risk. Of course, they had the zone. They had 3 players set up there. But, man, like, you got to make sure you win your chicken dinner no matter what, because the Knights are too far ahead for you guys to be... for you guys to make any mistakes. But great win for Nova. 19 eliminations span, and that started off with them taking a 4v4 and cleaning out the night without losing a single player. I want to see this happen every single match that these 2 teams are together, and they drop relatively close to each other. For actually no, Erangel, Knights, Nova are far apart, so maybe they'll have to adapt their strategy, but we'll see. We'll see what the desk has to say about that win. We'll go to the highlights, and then we'll be back with more PUBG Mobile action.
That compound to go and support two teams in this position. One of them, Tenza, getting a nice ultimate kind of...
And we're back, and it's Nova to get that big chicken dinner. That's what I love to see right there. Also love Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Unleash that beast. That's exactly what Nova just did. 22 eliminations was their record, and they ended up with 19 on this one. And look at those predictions. We're looking good, Seven. We're looking good. Glitter, how you feeling?
I feel great. I feel really good. You know, this is actually a game that's like golf. You guys just didn't know that, so the lowest score actually wins.
Wait. Can you pull up the punishments again for me? I can't remember. It's eat a lemon, change
Squeaky voice,
address the other
royalty.
ones as royalty. Make sure you
leaning
vote.
towards
Or
royalty.
maybe chat will be like, you know what? We already saw Glitter do it. Maybe Seven should do it.
No. Yeah, no.
Hey,
no.
We're all about equal opportunity here. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the match rankings and see where everybody stand up. Hey, what's fair is fair. And hey, Nova putting up 34 points. Like, okay, I know that the Knights have a ridiculous lead, Seven. You know, but as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the PMGC points, finals are going to count too. So this is, I think, a really good, you know, moving forward for Nova to kind of sort of catch up. What do you think?
Yeah, that was a big question mark for me. I mean, yesterday when you asked me, was that the nail in the coffin? That's the main thing that I brought up. I was like, we still have finals. Nova can still make a bit of a comeback. I did say it was the final nail in the coffin, but maybe Nova's trying to prove us wrong. 34 points, 19 eliminations. That's a pretty good way to come back. If you're asking me, the Panthers there with 18 points for themselves. 4 bros out of all the teams that I expected to be in the top 3. I definitely did not expect 4 bros to be in that top 3. So congratulations, 4 bros there for the 15 points and the morale boost. Korean barbecue lovers there with the 14 points. Joey, man, I'm starting to hop on that train. Okay, Joey is playing insane, especially this PMPL. Loving what I'm seeing at him. I do want to see that second page. You can see Dope Esports right there, securing an extra 5 spots, extra 5 points. And if we go to THIRDEYE, 1 point. So at this point, THIRDEYE, Glitter, would you say that is the nail in the coffin for THIRDEYE?
Yeah, I think it might be. We said it at the beginning of the day. If they didn't have some insane, phenomenal, crazy type performance, and if they weren't consistent, because they started off the day okay, but they haven't even been consistent with what they did in the first match.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think it's just going to be too much to overcome for them.
Yeah, I think so too. Pretty much done and dusted at this point. That's just what happens. You know, consistency is key, especially here in this tournament, Glitter. And Nova have been pretty inconsistent, you know, for a little bit. But man, to put up these kind of numbers, especially while taking the Knights out early, what more could you ask for?
Sheesh. I mean, why do they gotta do this to us? Because like this is what they're capable of doing consistently across the board. Koi over 1k damage. Rin, I'm giving that 1k damage. That's 999, okay? And then Kindness at almost 700. Yee over 500. I mean, this is the Nova we know and love. This is the Nova that had pulled ahead of Knights in every single leaderboard that they could have possibly pulled ahead in. 8 eliminations for those 7 knockouts, all on Koi, and everybody else putting in some serious work. I mean, 3, 4, and 4 apiece. These are impressive numbers. It's just that this last phase, this last week of the season, for some reason, Seven, Nova has just been inconsistent with these type of insane performances.
Yeah, and in regards to inconsistent, you mentioned it perfectly. It has only been this phase.
Yeah.
This was, after between phase 1 and 2, this was the most consistent team. And you know what? We're talking about Nova. We're talking about Knights. I do want to see how they are performing today.
Yeah.
I just mentioned it. I mentioned it. We've been mentioning it all along. Those PMGC points, we still have the finals. We are going to be having 3 days. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be 6 matches a day. So they can definitely pack up some points. And anything can happen, honestly. I might start taking off that nail in the coffin if Nova can finish off great today, okay? Hey, you guys know me. If it comes down to 1 point, I'm not gonna say no. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna say no. But yo, Eddie, do me a favor, pull up the stats, okay? I want to see if Nova is currently outperforming Knights, because if I'm right, they are. Look at this, they outperforming them in damage, in eliminations, and average survival time. You know what it was? Nova Esports saw that the 7WG players started, they're like, I might want that. I think we want to be featuring that. So they were like, they stepped it up in a big way. But all jokes aside, I mean, I did enjoy what they did in this game. I just hope we get to see it again in the next game as well, Glitter.
Well, I know you want to hope, Seven. I'm going to step in here for a second, right? But I'm going to ask you this, okay? Do you think this is that game? Do you think this is the start? Are we going to see it? You know? What do you think?
Are we
your player study professional opinion?
Like, are we going to see the spiked up in Nova?
Yeah. Is this that one game that's just they're going to say, like, you know what? The races are off. We're going to see Phase 2 Nova back in the next 2 games.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're aware of it. We've been showing it. They've been talking about it too between themselves. They're definitely aware of that. And to be honest, we're still, if I'm not mistaken, I think it is going to be 6 matches per day, 3 days for the finals. That is 18 matches. That is an opportunity to get so many points. And when it comes to Nova, when it comes to Knights, the reason why we were stuck in the past is because they're that it team, right? They got the potential. They have showed it over and over again. 22 eliminations, Nova has gotten before. 22 eliminations, Knights has gotten 2. So it can come down to the last match in the finals, possibly.
Ooh, Glitter. Do you think it's going to come down to that last match as we take a look at the overall here for Phase 3? You know they have a little chip on their shoulder, especially after losing that giant lead to the Knights. You know that their coaches can't be too happy about that. But with this match like this, I mean, it could be that turning point.
I wouldn't be mad about it. I'll take it. I love when we have a close race for our top squads because we want multiple teams that are going to be capable of competing on a global level. And that's, essentially what we're talking about at this point. You could see that the Knights still have a very comfortable lead, but Nova has been chipping away at it. Panthers have been wildly consistent. You can even see that reflected in their number. They're almost dead even with placement points and elimination points. So, I mean, we have had some really, really solid gameplay, especially in this 3rd week out of a few squads. And if Nova decides that now is the time to pick it back up and kind of kick things into high gear right before finals, I'll take it. I'll take it at this point.
They made a big jump. I mean, if we look at this leaderboard in comparison to what we saw last time, remember, Nova was in 5th place. They have jumped at the 3rd place. Back-to-back has slowed down a little bit. It's a huge gap. Nova's in no way, shape, or form going to pass them in regards to this. But if they can continue to outplace and outperform what Knights has been doing, that gap is going to start closing.
Yeah. You know what, Glitter? At the same time, we haven't really talked about this so far. But, the Knights have put up some crazy points here on this league stage. But to be fair, in the last tournament, they also put up some insane points in the league stage, and they threw in the finals, right?
Ooh.
So
it's true. It's true.
So what are your thoughts about this now? I don't understand this is a new format. Things are different. They got spec. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's why back-to-back exists, right? I mean, somebody won twice in a row. So we'll have to see what happens with a lot of these teams heading into finals. You could see where everyone else is kind of standing right now on this overall ranking when we're talking about this. Finals is not as much of a reset as it used to be, like you're saying, Jukes, with this new format. Okay, it's not the same clean slate that it used to be, but those bonus points, depending on how well the teams do, will only benefit them so much. So there is still a chance for Nova to pop off in a couple games and level the playing field, because the difference between Nova and Knights when it comes to those bonus points won't be huge. Nova had such a huge lead on the bonus points coming into this 3rd week that if there is a difference, it won't be massive. It'll be easily closable. And then you have to look at the other potential ringers when it comes to those squads. I mean, we're talking about Knights at Nova a lot, but back-to-back tends to thrive under pressure, and Panthers have been very consistent, and there's lots of things that could happen in finals, and I now you're making me nervous. I'm sorry.
Last
I'm
game.
getting excited. I mean, that's what it is, right? It absolutely is. All right, we're about to go to the jungle, baby. I'm so hyped for this one coming up. Guys, let's go ahead and take it out over to our casters, and I want to hear Zute and Span's opinion about Nova, especially with Zute. His comments at the end of that last one.
Thank you, Jukes. So, I mean, Nova, like I said, them shooting the Knights box when they won that 4v4, that told me a lot. That told me they are celebrating their victory when they took out the Knights. And you might say, oh, it's premature, right? Because they still got to win the game. Well, guess what? They also won the game with a lot of elimination. So I think they really know the only thing stopping them right now is the Knights. So if they can stop the Knights themselves, they could maybe bring in that gap a little bit closer. And unfortunately today, they're still Livic, right? But for match number 4 and match number 5, they will not be playing in the same lobbies together. So, ooh, I wish I saw that, maybe game 2 and then game 3. I'd be hyped to see if, the Nova team targets the Knight again. But like we've been saying, today is the last day for the league. There's still the finals. And even though there's like bonus points going to the finals and everything, I think for the Nova team, they're not going to be too concerned about winning first place in the finals. I think they're going to be more concerned about the PMGC points, and they should keep targeting the Knights, even from the very first game of the finals. That we'll see next week. They should target the Knights. They should start strategizing after today is over. When we get a day's break and so, their coach and the Nova team should really strategize around the Knights and stop the Knights and try and get their PMGC placement back.
I agree, because that's the next best thing, right? I mean, as of right now, they know that they're going to be doing pretty well in terms of their placement into the finals, but it's really that next step that they got to start thinking about as well. And I mean, even though they're not both in these last 2 matches here before Livic, I do think it'll be interesting to watch and see if they're going to go on ahead and win these matches each. So in this one, obviously, we're going to have Nova, and the next one we're going to have Knights. So if they go on ahead and get a big win with a big amount of eliminations in this one, that still helps out, right? So
Yeah.
Nova more so than the Knights need to focus on, I think, getting that to happen.
Definitely. And I think we'll still see Nova do the heal strat, right? But they might play a little bit more aggressive with the 3 other players to pick up eliminations and get that second place finish. And I think if they see a good opportunity to potentially win the match, they might bring their heal strat in a little bit closer for a little bit of a risk, but calculate a risk to try and use the 4 to win the match too, because they're under that pressure now, right? A second place finish and placement points on Sandhawk is, dare I say it, not enough for the Nova team to catch up to the Knights. And it's just, we'll see how Nova decides to play this one out. Boot camp, Knights aren't here. No one landing in boot camp, even though the Knights aren't here. It's kind of quite surprising to see. That's that's the ultimate respect. That's like, even if you're not in the lobby, like Most Wanted here knows KBL lands here all the time. We did see though before 2 teams landing in boot camp, right? Because the Knights weren't here. Maybe that's why. Maybe both teams psyched each other out and thought they were going to take boot camp, but now boot camp is completely open. It is at the expense of KBL though, because now they have a hot drop fight to take care of, and it is Most Wanted.
Yeah, in this situation, though, if I was KBL, I wouldn't be too worried, right? I do think KBL is high enough where they are going to be making into the Livic game. Maybe they'll want the overall points, but they don't have to worry about those bonus points in this last match. Meanwhile, Most Wanted, I was going to say maybe they're hoping to get enough to get into this last bonus match, but I don't know if that's going to be possible at this point. It looks like a big push almost came through. The opportunity was there, doing a lot of damage, but Joey, he wants to make sure that he's going to take this smartly, and he's going to try and do like a little of a sneaky attack by getting up on top of that awning to do so. But now Acer's here. Instead of continuing to do that, maybe they'll decide to push together, but they're definitely thinking about it as Alucard unfortunately gets taken down.
Yeah, Joey gets that one. Oh, good nade cook. That's going to bounce. And Joey, my man, putting in work right now. And that fight started off with Joey doing a nice little neat trick, that nade cancel. He pulls out the grenade, pulls the pin, quickly cancels it, and that audio cue made that Most Wanted player peek out, thinking he had a small timing advantage, but Joey's ready, and he evened that right back. Now, Most Wanted down to 2 players. KBL did lose a player, though. KBL's down to 3, but they have picked up 2 points as Sam was taken out. And when you see back-to-back, kind of close by, just 1 player of back-to-back Enigma, that's his split loot location. He might be passing the info over, though, to the rest of his team. Like, hey, we got to fight in Painan. We could try and third-party this maybe, or set up to trap them on their way out, because the zone is down to the southeastern side right now.
I think they definitely passed that information because at least Polo decided to go up onto that hill, onto that mountain just to the east of them. So at least keeping an eye on it, or of course grabbing that top of the mountain to make sure that that's still open for their next rotation into this first circle. But it does look like. I mean, I guess they could go on ahead and decide to back out of this, right? Like the fighting at Painan could go on ahead and stop, but we'll have to wait and see. They might not. Nova also ended up sending one person pretty close by. I wonder if he's kind of looking to see what kind of fights that they can start participating in as well. Because we already said that they need to get eliminations as well as some good placement in this match. So maybe they're trying to do that right now with the fight that's happening in Painan. Of course, there's other fights happening all around the map. As we can see here, APHELION, 4bros trading some shots as well. There's a couple other teams pretty close by inside of the zone. Even 19 Esports is pretty close to this fight that's happening right here, and the hit lists aren't too far behind. But that's usual. Everybody's kind of wrapping up their looting and starting to make their first big movement into the circle.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement for this first Sandhawk circle, I'd have to say, because the zone is so far down to the southeast. We don't usually see a southeastern circle, so a lot of teams want to get in a better position rather than, just waiting for the second circle, because it's pretty much like, hey, zone's ending down here. You got to move now in the first circle, or else teams are going to pass you up. KBL, however, can't do that because they are locked into a fight with Most Wanted. And, I mean, technically they can leave, but you see Yi up there on the high ground just waiting and looking for any potential knocks. Yep, there's Yi right there behind that tree. So KBL is going to instead stay here and take the fight and pick up the 2 points, which, I don't know, it's a little bit of a trade-off. I feel like they have a good opportunity for a rotation if they had left earlier with the circle being southeast. But then again, they're already slowed down. They still need to loot. So it looks like they're going to decide instead to pick up the 4-point potential and the loot before moving.
I guess it's still not that bad of a trade, right? Because if they get these eliminations, they still have the opportunity, no matter where the second circle goes, to probably make that rotation. Like, Painan is like basically that really nice rotation spot between the main island of Sandhawk and that other island down to the southwestern side. So based off of where the second zone does shift to, maybe staying in Painan won't be that bad of an idea. Of course, that's definitely just putting a lot of faith into the circle, though, because it could just totally go as far up to the northeastern side, just opposite side of the map from where they are. And then, yeah, I'm sure that they would have hoped to make that rotation first. Though, honestly, I don't see anything really hurting them as of right now in front of them, because not even back-to-back decided to stay above them on top of that hill outside of Painan. They decided to actually continue to move.
Yeah, back-to-back actually on Sandhawk is one of the more rotation-heavy teams. We saw yesterday back-to-back won a game in Sandhawk off of a nice rotation, and you could rarely say that about Sandhawk. Usually games are won on Sandhawk through just brute force and just powering through teams, but back-to-back, they made it work, and that's why they prioritize these rotations. They could have sat on the hill, right, which isn't too far away from where they are now, but they just are much more confident in playing positioning on Sandhawk, and it's the vehicles, that really help out with that. They do a split loot to begin with on the roadways, right? They land on different sections of the map right next to the road, so a higher chance of getting vehicles, and they utilize that very beautifully into their play. As the circle, well, we haven't seen this one yet in PMPL for this split, so ready for some interesting action, to say the least.
I hope it doesn't go Quarry, though, I'll have to say, because we've seen the endings happen in Quarry already, but now that, like, Kampong, Docks, Caves, like, all of those places are inside this circle, like, I'm pretty excited. I'm hoping it decides to go somewhere a little bit different. It is a safe spot to decide to go around Quarry, though. I think that's why we see so many of these teams here right next to it, one of them being MEZEXIS and WALLSTREETBETS currently kind of fighting it out, but APHELION isn't too far as well. They actually... taking a look at them, they're actually kind of backing away from this fight that's happening right here between WALLSTREETBETS and MEZEXIS. I wonder if they're deciding to make a rotation happen, but here we go. Inactive spotting out Skipper inside that vehicle. He was being sneaky for a reason, and it was to get that point right there.
Yeah, good pickup right there. Always got to watch out for the snakes. It happens sometimes, though. You saw that WALLSTREETBETS player. He was scouting. He was moving around, looking around, thought he cleared out the area. The second he hopped back into that vehicle, Inactive made his move. So that is just the dangers of Sandhawk, as the hit list and 4bros on the far northern side Well, I mean, this is four bros, right? It's like the second they see a team, it's like, okay, we're fighting this. Like,
Yeah.
I don't care where the circle is. I don't care where we're going. This fight's very difficult, though, because the hitlist with a 2-2 split, 2 in the far back with support cover, four bros might actually decide to not just, take this one head on, especially since they already lost the player.
A lot of utility being used, though, but I feel like even if they got a knock onto one of them, they couldn't really make anything else happen, right? Like, right when you get that knock, you're gonna have to push on down, and all of the rest of the hit lists are taking a look at them. What's interesting, though, is the hit list also, well, at least 2 of them aren't quite leaving, probably because they can't. Okay, wait a second. The hit list might just be deciding to do this. I mean, share with that rotation, that could do a lot of damage to those 2 members of four bros up to the northern side. Maybe release his other 2 teammates from the hit list to kind of get back, like, out from behind these rocks. But you even saw Lori starting to kind of sneak on up from below. Oh, and because of that, Cher actually goes down. So the hit list is still continuing to kind of be stuck here. Four bros might actually get this to turn in their favor completely.
Yeah, nice just positioning by the four bros. Like, them just being so separated made the hit list kind of fall into that trap. Cher with a great off angle if Lori wasn't already out positioned in that, separate spot a little bit further down south. So now it's back to the 3v3, and this fight gets a bit more stalemated now. I do want to respect the hit list for trying to do something. It was not a bad play whatsoever, but four bros just had the heads up and being a bit more separated, and it works out for them. Hitlist getting a knock onto Clock, though. This might just turn into a full-out engagement because these 2 teams are far away from the zone, and they're in the blue zone, so they got to get a win somehow, some way by the elimination points. And HQA running back up as a full team into the blue zone to try and get some get some points here.
Now, this is quite interesting. Lori unfortunately goes down here, but I don't think it matters really anymore. The hit list is already so aggressive, pushing on to four bros up on top of this hill that only one of them now is left. The hit list doesn't know exactly where Zolder is, though, so they're trying to take this more cautiously. I'm sure they saw HQA in that elimination feed get Lori, and now they're like, okay, now we have no idea what is happening, who is around us, and where are they coming from, So I'm not surprised to see them kind of slow down on this push, especially because look at that. All of HQA is just like a big wall in the distance.
And Zolder might actually just get shot in the back here any second now as HQA gets closer and closer. Those tree leaves might just be saving Zolder's life as Faker. I think Faker should have an angle, but it's angled in a way where the leaves from the trees are blocking the view. So Zolder's going to stay alive for a few seconds longer. And the Hillis is cautious too, right? They know it's not a 3v1. They heard the shots in the distance. Zolder knows his time is short. He's actually going to go aggressive, gets one, goes down super low, and the DPS chunks him down to literally less than 1 HP, and it is HQA that will take that player out, and the hit list down to just 1. And the HQA is going to pick up the scraps and maybe a decent amount of first aid kits, but I don't think either of these teams usually go for that med strat, so there might not be that many, even though there's 8 boxes here for them to loot from.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to think, honestly. Even Crystal Pig for HQA, we just saw him driving back up to his team here. Like, he was running down to the southern side. I wonder if he found that vehicle and he purposely went to do that because they wanted to wait for this fight to be cleaned on up. I think that's probably what their plan was. And now they should be able to heal on up, grab that vehicle, and make their big rotation. A lot of fights. Looks like back-to-back up on top of their hill. Star Gaming is finally going to start challenging them for it. Polo driving out inside of that buggy to try and gain a little bit of information, but doesn't go quite far enough, I think, to gain as much as they need to get this fight really started. Robert, he's just chucking all of his utility in that direction before actually disengaging from this. That might be the smarter kind of play here, because up on top of that hill is really difficult to take a fight. And back to back, they can't even worry about them. They're also worried about Ace of Spades taking shots from them in the back. They actually got a knock on a J7.
Yeah, back-to-back, really good on rotations on Sandhawk. However, when the circle goes to this place that we don't really see, in competitive play, back-to-back is kind of just forced to just stay in that ditch area. They want the hill. It's a good spot, but on the minimap, you can see a lot of teams starting to converge around that area, making further rotations more and more difficult. This might end up in cave. It might end up in docks. Hopefully, it doesn't go up north into Quarry. I mean, it'll still be a great match as we have the Execute team running by. Insane, you got to make a play. Staying really still. He does get one. He might get the second one. Telly gets a nice trade right there. and the support is
Ooh.
there. That is Execute picking up 2 quick points. With only 1 player knocked, they'll get that revive, no problem.
Wow. And now, I mean, they have that compound, which isn't bad in the slightest, right? Like these little warehouses here, but it's going to be hard for them to move any further. Like they're the ones that are definitely hoping for this next zone to go up to the northern side, because if they have to move any more down to the south, it's going to be a feat and a half, right? Because back to back up on top of the hill can see them, and then it's just super out in the open that trying to make any sort of a cross is not going to really happen, especially because the Ace of Spades being on top of that cave mountain, holding people out as of right now. It does look like KBL also making a rotation on the same hill. They might go far enough to run into back-to-back, or they might decide to start pushing down sooner, and that, of course, leads them right into Star, or even Nova. Take a look at that. So the next zone will be closing shortly. HQA also just made their entrance into this zone, and it looks like they're going to have to take a fight with 19 Esports if they hope to go any further.
We'll see where the teams go. Next circle, shifting here. And it might go to, I like that shift, goes down to the southeast, and there is water in play too, towards the late game of Sandhog. You don't see that too often. This is the northern side, 19 Esports. That's a hard shift away from them. They got 2 teams in front of them, so they may as well turn back around and take the fight towards the blue zone. Crystal Pig just running for his life, hiding behind a tree and getting some shots
No
back.
way.
Crystal Pig actually gets knocked onto Baby Tang. Baby Tang dropping the ball there, fumbling. Right there, that should have been an easy knock, and we still got MEZEXIS in the distance, firing long-range shots, just peppering both of these teams.
Baby Ting is too far forward as well that I don't even think that they can get that res to happen, though they do get the knock back onto Crystal Pig, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, 19 Esports might be being able to turn this around. HQA, they had no information on what was happening inside this zone, and I think that clearly shows with how this turned so far. I mean, their firepower was good for a while, but now 19 Esports, instead of the ones inside the zone, what do we see? Chuang actually getting another knock onto 19 Esports. They're just going back and forth at this point, though. Chuang is, in fact, the last one alive for his team versus an entire 3-man. That's going to be pretty rough, especially as, wait a second, Baby Tank should just be able to see Chuang as he's taking shots actually on that res. He really wants that point before that happens.
Chuang doing the most he can as a solo player now. Last one up. 19 Esports, they're going to commit to this because the zone's so far away from them. This is a guaranteed point if they can 4v1 this player. Baby Tang, once again, just getting kind of shut down there. Very unfortunate for him, but there is the support from long range. Now, 3 players up. Baby Tang, most he can do is drop some first aids for whoever, and they got to leave him be as the zone is closing. The zone is starting to chunk now that we're into the late game. APHELION Esports and WALLSTREETBETS. Looks like they got into a scuffle. 2 WALLSTREETBETS is left, and only 1 player of APHELION Esports. Meanwhile, during all this chaos, back-to-back using the vehicles, like I said, very rotational-based team on Sandhog. They rotated dead to the center of the map, and I believe they're all chilling at a shack now.
Yeah, they got themselves a really good spot to get into the very end game, right? So they don't have to worry about making that really difficult rotation anywhere inside of the zone, and that's going to help them as well. I mean, it's going to hurt in that if they want big amounts of eliminations, that's not really going to happen except for the last couple of fights, but it's just chaos over here. Take a look at this. So many teams, like just to the western side of Cave. Like, I wouldn't have wanted to find myself in this spot at all because they're going to be taken out pretty early. Nova.
Koi has 32 first aid kits.
Oh no.
Check that box, Ho Yuya. You're in for a surprise. Nova thought they were the last team coming in, but they weren't. Like I said, Nova might, change it up a little bit. They might keep their first aider a little bit closer to the action to try and get the potential win and utilize all 4, and that just backfired on them because there was 1 team more behind Nova. Now Nova will definitely not get that second place guarantee with Koi dropping those 32 first aid kits, and they have to swim over. This is not even a good match for them to get elimination points as Execute. They're in a more favorable spot fighting in from the high ground instead of going for a swim. Love what Execute's doing here. Execute still has 4 players as well. This zone is really far away from them though, so they gotta really slug it out. If they could pull off a Knights, they're gonna come in with a lot of eliminations here because there's 2-3 teams surrounding them that they have to fight into.
I just don't even know where their end location would be. This zone is just really difficult and that there's just barely anything to really play out of. So Execute, they have to go and hold all those people that's on their side, but also worry about this fight that's happening inside of this compound that we're seeing right now. WALLSTREETBETS goes out, but 19 Esports are still there, and Execute on their rotation are going to be in the open to that. So you can see that right when they spot them out, they're applying the pressure. A lot of nice knocks onto them up there inside that compound. That just leaves 3 of them are actually still alive in this situation, which is a lot more than I was kind of expecting from all the fighting that they were already been inside of. But they can't stay here at this compound for that much longer either. Yeah, here we go. Execute starting to just get ripped apart. They're just such out in the open on everything right here.
Yeah, and it's they got shot at by players in the blue zone, right? It's just some point that Sandhawk. Players know they can't go any further, so they'll sit in the blue to watch you try and get ahead of them and take you out. That's just the nature of Sandhawk. And Nova finally going out in 8th place with 2 elims. This is in a match where the Knights are not in, so that almost hurts twice as bad for the Nova team.
It really does. That's a really unfortunate outcome because we were seriously saying that they need to get a lot of eliminations and they need to get the win. But that just doesn't happen. This zone is honestly really difficult to kind of deal with, so I'm not quite surprised that there's only a couple people that are succeeding in this. And I think that's the ones that are being more careful, like back-to-back, just really focusing on where they're placed overall, I think is helping. MEZEXIS, on the other hand, MEZEXIS actually, like, while I do think that they're kind of focusing on this, they haven't been able to, like, as hardcore as back-to-back because they've been running everywhere, actually. So somehow making it into the compound that they currently have, that's just because they were making really smart rotations coming up from the northern side. Unfortunately, this next zone has neither back-to-back or MEZEXIS in it, but it does have Dope. And they're going to have to be pushing into the wide open. Take a look at this from this shot. It's just like a big wide open bowl. Yeah. Honestly, the only spot that I feel like they can really play is where the Dope members are right now. So they have to do something big about it. And it looks like they might be thinking about using a vehicle to get over there quickly. But so is back-to-back, actually. They actually got in pretty close as well.
Yeah, back-to-back in the zone. Dope with the best spot, but they're just down to Casper. Nice spray down.
No.
And he got the driver, too. That forces MEZEXIS in the open. Back-to-back and shoot him for free. And there we go. Yep, back-to-back. Take down the MEZEXIS player. MEZEXIS eliminated. It's back-to-back versus Dope. And then we got some people healing in the blue zone. We got, Star Gaming with 30, I don't know, something first aid kits. Just healing it on out. But back-to-back, this should be their win. Once again, yesterday, back-to-back winning Sandhawk with a nice rotation to finish it out.
It's true.
This time around, focus on the rotation once again. And they're about to win with 10+ eliminations. I don't see how back-to-back can lose this, as Dope has even lost a circle on that high ground. So Dope has to come down and run in. It's pretty much done for.
Yeah, I think that's it. Now it's just a question of these last couple of places, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right? Who's going to get those? Because we obviously know that Dope is one of them inside of the zone right now, but there's a 19 Esports member and Star Gaming. So it's just that's the only question of this game. Otherwise, you're right, back-to-back. They're going to get this chicken dinner. All they have to do is wait for the blue zone to start pushing Dope in, and that's what they're going to be doing because they don't need to be doing anything else drastic. They're going to get these eliminations, and then that's it. Actually, big nade, though, coming through.
Polo. Yeah, if Polo went down right there, that nade was huge. But if Polo also got knocked, it would have went down to 1v1. It could still be kind of close. We have a member of 19 Esports way out in the blue. Oh, great knock for Illusion, but they got the reset on the other player, making it back to another 1v2. Good try. Very good try out of Dope Esports right there. Dope Esports, I feel like... if they can manage to like pull up those individual like plays and performances, they would be doing much better overall. But now we're down to the healers. 19E about to go out. I'm pretty sure Star Gaming's got more first aids than 19E because they got the Nova first aid kits, right? Which he could still have like 10+ left. As down to the bandage and 3rd place. Now Star Gaming.
Well, this is his last one. Okay.
Yeah. How much does Star Gaming have? Oh, he still got 7 more. Yeah. 7 more. He got the Nova first aid kits plus his team's first aid kits. So he's enjoying the beach side right now. Look at that beautiful shot of Santa. It's a shame we don't see circles down here more because that is a very, very nice scenery that we rarely get to see.
he has to assume that there's only one other team, right? I'm curious if he's gonna like go to the opposite side of this mountain here and see if he can kind of spot out back to back. I mean, not like he can go on ahead and take even if he got a knock into one, definitely wouldn't be able to get the flush, I don't think. But I
No.
still like the back to back is at least attempting to look for it to see if they can find out that last player, because that would be yet another point for them on
Yeah.
top of this chicken dinner that they're about to receive. But also, I guess just to make sure that they're not going to get ripped apart, what else are you going to do except maybe just celebrate automatically here?
Looks like he crawled over to a crate and tried to time off a med kit. Unfortunately, med kit takes too long, but doesn't matter. He got second place and he got it, like 7 first aid kits ago. Back to back with a back-to-back Sandhawk victory. Yeah, really good job, mastering Sandhawk with those rotations, with those cars. And they all have their arms crossed, so I was absolutely wrong about the Knights being the only team with 4 members with their arm crossed in the picture. So yeah, a good game for back-to-back. More importantly, bad game for Nova. So Nova, this is where Knights sit out. You can catch up. You didn't do good. Now you got to sit out and watch the Knights do who knows what the Knights could do in the next match. But we'll see very soon after we come back from the highlights and the desk.
Back to back, getting that win for my boy Hajux. He was so excited. We honestly forgot to unmute ourselves. I was a little bit scared too. If they wouldn't have won that Hajux, I would have been so surprised.
I feel like this whole game is rigged, and it's rigged against me because I just cannot catch a break. But to be fair,
I think I know
because I
what
was
it
slow
is.
on the keyboard with picking the team doesn't mean that I didn't say right before that game, literally, that we had to keep our eyes on back-to-back because this is what they do.
You did. I saw some comments too in on Twitter. I was looking at the hashtag PMPL and
I wasn't muted.
Reber said it feels like crew challenge. It's just pretty much Knights and Nova just going back against each other, trying to one up each other. Back to back could be a spoiler to those two dominant teams when we go to the finals.
Dude,
I'm not sure
imagine
if that's actually gonna happen though. We'll have to wait and see because Nova and Knights are on a completely different level right now.
Oh yeah, Glitter. Let's take a look at the match ranking here. Can you imagine if back to back were to just pull those shenanigans out, and in the finals, actually clutch it up and become the back to back to back?
Listen, you never say never. You can't
What's
say
the
that
odds?
yet,
What's
Seven.
the diff?
Because
What's the
I
diff?
think the
No
odds
diff?
are low, but I still think it's a possibility.
Low diff.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I don't
gonna
want
be,
it.
It'll be low diff.
I don't want. You don't want it, Seven? Why?
I don't want it.
Good
Let's
enough
move
answer
on.
for me.
Sorry, Gaming. 13 points. Dope Esports, 11 points. Hey, Dope, you get it a little bit closer to that win that I've been hinting at. THIRDEYE, yeah, you're gone. Execute, man. My pick. As soon as I picked them, as soon as we pulled up that graphic, they all got eliminated. Glitter, you're talking about this game is rigged. I might agree with you.
Says the winner.
Yeah. By the way, we're talking about the prediction. Okay, the prediction.
That's
game.
correct.
I want to make sure we clarify that. Korean barbecue lovers there with 4 points. Nova Esports. I mean, this is the thing though. When we're talking about Nova and Knights, like the up and down. Nova just hasn't showed us that consistency that we are used to on this phase, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is, Glitter.
It's making me sad. I mean, we even heard Zute talking about it. This was Nova's opportunity to really get some massive points on the board without even having Knights in the lobby to worry about. Granted, it's on Sandhawk, but if you're Nova, that shouldn't be a concern. That should be your wheelhouse, right? Like, even if you decide you're not going to go super aggro, then at least you have your heal strats for some really, really solid placement points. And we didn't get that, and I just hope that the up and down jukes can be remedied by finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy to see, Seven, as we take a look at the top damage. I mean, the huge bursted points. I mean, I had a big feeling that, okay, this is that confidence. They're going into Sandhawk. The Knights aren't playing it. Easy second place at least. And look here, the damage. They're just not here to be seen at all.
Yeah, that's what's crazy too. I mean, congratulations back to back. That's pretty solid conversion, actually. If we go to MEZEXIS, I'm pretty sure they were wishing that we get more. And Ace of Spades, it's funny. When we're talking about this team, when we're watching, it's like, we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about them. You know what? We'll give you some credit, Ace of Spades. 7 eliminations. Good job. Good job. Now, going back to what you were saying with Nova Esports and that Sandhawk, I thought that we're going to be going for the second place, kind of like what some of the other teams are starting to copy. Yeah, I think they might be just wanting to push away from that. I'm really intrigued to know why, because they're not even playing the exact same way to set themselves up for that heal off for that second place position. I kind of like it though, but I wish they would have done this a little bit sooner in the tournament, Glitter.
I agree. I think we'll have to just see what Knights can do now in the last match of the day, because now Knights is going to be playing, Nova is going to be sitting out, and then we've got Livic. And that will determine a lot, actually, because those additional bonus points could be another big factor when it comes to finals.
I think this is going to be the biggest one, without a doubt. I mean, it's kind of crazy because now we're at the point to where the Knights have done so well and THIRDEYE wasn't able to get anything done that there really isn't any more storylines from that point. Now it's just like we're just waiting for the finals, you know? But I guess now it's time to look at those mid-pack teams that could possibly move up a couple slots to get a couple bonus points, right? I mean, back-to-back, they didn't have the performance that they needed, especially in phase one, right, Glitter? So now that they're able to get some more points here, hopefully they can kind of make up some of those bonus points with their player status.
Yeah, and we just wanted to see, you know, in that last match, who was really picking up some of the slack there, because I feel like this squad has kind of rotated. We've seen J7 step up a lot. This time it's Killswitch and Polo, almost the same stats-wise across the board, which is impressive. I mean, obviously, in previous seasons, we talked so much about Polo. Killswitch has been really, really solid this season. So back-to-back, always, I don't know why they like the pressure, but these are some really, really good stats for the individual players that if this is something they can repeat, while we might not be fully sold on the 3-time, they're definitely going to be a thorn in somebody's side.
Absolutely. Well, we have the last match here for the day. The Knights are going to be in this one, and you know that they're going to be laying down some punishments. Throw it down to Suits, Man, Cargo, and Zute for the last time.
All right, last match before we head into Livic, that is. We got an extra match today. Today is Sunday. We got a total of 6 games. Now, top 12 after this match makes it into Livic. And then Livic for the top 12, you know, you can pad your points a little bit more to determine the overall, points for the entire week. Now, if people aren't familiar yet, at the end of each week, there's bonus points, right? Depending on where you finish for the week. First place gets 20 bonus points going into the finals next week. Second place, 19 and downwards. Also, at the end of this third week, we're combining the total of week 1, week 2, and week 3 for another set of bonus points to be awarded. So all of that's going to happen before we head into the finals. But first, Span, we got this match and then one more afterwards.
Feels nice. We're going to end it off on one last Erangel and then, of course, Livik. So this one, though, is going to be different than the last one. Nova had their chance to go on ahead and get a chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations inside of that Sandhawk match. So in this one, will the Knights go on ahead and just further their points with this? That's kind of what I'm mainly going to be looking towards. And, of course, those teams just around that 12th place spot to even get into this last Livik match.
Yeah, so there's still a lot on the lines for, the teams trying to get to that top 12. Because for them, not much, we haven't focused on them so much because it's been, the Knights and everyone on the top end. It's been a slugfest. But prize pool, right? And for the finals, there's money on the line and every, placement a little bit higher. That's a bit more cash in your pocket. So for a lot of these teams, they still got to do the best that they can for every little point that they can muster. Playing path very far south to the northwest. We might see 3 teams right now going towards Novo, if I'm not mistaken. That's THIRDEYE, APHELION Esports, and there's another color mixed in there. I'm waiting for them to spread out a little bit.
One of the pink ones, the one that's not Knights. One of the pink ones. Yeah, I just can't see that quite.
Most Wanted.
Yeah, you're right. I'm curious to see. I've got to take a look. I mean, Most Wanted, they're definitely not making it in to this Livik match. THIRDEYE, I don't think they are either. So I'm a little bit curious as to what's happening over here.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Very northwestern circle.
Zarky?
Zarky? Maybe. I mean, I've never seen a
wish.
circle so far out of bounds to the northwest, right? I've seen it out of bounds to the north, but this is as Jarky as I've seen it in quite a while. Now, to the very southeast, those 3 teams, they know they drop next to each other. So a heads-up play would be, if we all dropped here, let's just take control of the bridge because they got to take the bridge, right? So maybe one of the teams could just go to the bridge and wait it out and pick up some eliminations there. APHELION Esports and THIRDEYE, they're going to stick to this location, though. They want to take Novo. Most Wanted, looting on the sides and taking a little bit of shots onto the APHELION Esports team.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I don't think any of these teams purposely went here just to make sure that they're in Livik, but I assume that they probably went here, one, because the playing path wasn't that good, and then I guess they just knew the risk and they just committed to it, right? Like, they know that it's a drop spot for one particular team, but they're just like, well, where else are we going to go? So they went for it. Seeing this zone shift, I am curious on if, previously I might have guessed, like, Most Wanted might just leave out of this situation, But now with this zone shift, I feel like the chance of all the teams kind of staying might be higher.
So I've been on the Knights train. Let's support this train. So, earlier I shouted out Papa Coops, right? Coops made a really great Twitter post showing appreciation for his dad because his dad supports him, in the esports, and that's kind of rare. You don't see that too often. And actually, Papa Coops just tweeted. Yes, Papa Coops has a Twitter. Papa Coops just tweeted at both you and I, appreciating the shout out we gave him. So I want to give one right back. So first off, if you guys aren't following Coops, the man himself, go follow him on Twitter. Make sure you follow us too, #PMPL NA. But Coops is Coops_PUBGM. And if you guys want to follow Papa Coops and show him some love, for the dads that support, their children's streams and esports and everything, I think that's always lovely. Papa Coops' Twitter is Jesus8112. That's Jesus spelled with a G. GEEZUS812. Go drop him some follows, drop him some hearts. We're all family here, right? At the end of the day, we're all here for some great PUBG mobile action, and I love bringing in the viewers, the supporters, everything. Because I've done like the whole 9 yards, right? I've been a player, now a caster, now supporting these players, everything. You've been a competitor yourself, so you know what it's like, in this ecosystem where the support is just like, it's so great being part of this community.
It really is. Like, honestly, even now, like having to take a break due to my schooling, like even coming back to the community or even continuing to still be a part of it, even though you're not competing anymore, like it's great. So the community here is just amazing. Also, like I know this is a really nice moment, but I have to point out that one of the most wanted members drowned. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I need to point it out because it is so bizarre. But otherwise, like APHELION, they actually got past most wanted and like passed back to back, like over the bridge. And most wanted now are on the bridge, but I don't quite know how anything would have caused somebody to drown there.
APHELION Esports, they Houdini'd themselves out of there. Yeah, most wanted was camping that bridge, and they just timinged it. And back to back, it looked like they were kind of maybe camping that too. So good job for APHELION Esports. As for how that drowning happened, there's no, I don't know. We'll just say it was a freak accident. Like it happens. You know how like when you crash a car into trees and rocks sometimes? Yes, sometimes you could forget to swim up for air, and there you go. So not much happening besides that. Very northwestern circle, right? So I feel like we'll see some quicker rotations, but it was so far up in northwest that the teams might just be like, you know what, forget about it. We'll just take our time, loot up, and come in late regardless.
Yeah, well, that's why I like that APHELION already left, because they're already up towards US9 up Poliana, so they're definitely going to be making it to the northern side of the zone very shortly. And they're just driving right by the Knights right now. It does look like maybe they're not going to get close enough where it'd be a bad thing, but I'd definitely be getting nervous on that front. Still so many teams that aren't even close enough to this zone, though. I doubt anybody's going to be taken out, though. Just probably a lot of blue zone damage. Even Dope now making their big rotation. I wonder if the majority of players are going to just start really focusing around that South Georgia Polar Crates area. Like, how usually people go and concentrate in towards the center of some area. I just feel like it might be there for this one.
Potentially. I mean, the Cube compound, one of the strongest spots, that's already definitely taken by, I believe that's the Chosen. 19 Esports close by. A lot of teams already kind of set up because bridges, right? Very important in this zone. It's a 50-50. It could go north of the river, south of the river. So a lot of these bridges already being occupied. And besides that, every other team is just kind of setting themselves up around the area for just some info. And it's going to be a hurry up and wait type of game. I don't think we'll see any engagements either. Anytime there's a 50-50, everybody gets a little bit more tense and they kind of wait things out before fighting.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since everybody's kind of all in like the same what is the word I'm looking for? I guess just same situation of not being in that strong of a spot just yet since everybody's moving. Usually they just don't want to get in any kind of engagements because then it could go back to bite them, So that's why I have a feeling that everything's just going to be slower for now. Even these teams more in the center, even the Chosen here, like I'm sure they're going to start protecting their areas, but I feel like it's not going to be anything too crazy because even, I don't know, I wouldn't want to be Gaji right there on that little... And that rocks right by that bridge there. Still pretty out in the open, a little bit of a scary situation, but nothing to worry about just yet because since this was such a difficult playing path, so many more teams are having to make those rotations. Like if everybody ended up being able to drop and loot inside of close to the circle, I'm sure there would have potentially been people fighting for these better spots, but it just didn't happen because so many people are having to come in late.
The Knights have rotated in, taking a off-center location on the north side. So from here, even though they don't control the bridge, they can wrap back down around to Rozhok to cross over, depending on where the second circle shifts. You do see WALLSTREETBETS a little bit more to their north, taking the high ground. Everybody basically playing the option plays, right? No one's like full committing to the hard north. No one's full committing to the hard south. We do see Ace and APHELION up to the very north, and we're still not going to know
Nope.
which way it's gonna go. We might see some more teams move in a little deeper now that the eastern side isn't in zone, but same as Circle 1, I feel like we won't see much happen in this zone. Might see some fights on the outskirts, but maybe the Knights will get a little bit impatient and just take a fight with the team, see if they can finish it up before the third circle. But besides that, everyone should be still playing kind of quiet.
Yeah, the only other thing I could think of is like the Panthers or even THIRDEYE. Like, I wouldn't want to stay down to the southern side of that mountain where Star Gaming is, you know? Like, I feel like I would want to try to get closer, so that's the only other fights that I could see really happening. But I don't know, on this one, I feel like being up to the northern side is definitely at the, like, that's where I would want to be at least, because you can see that there's a good amount of teams up there, but they're all still rotating. I feel like the chance of getting a spot that is easy to move down to the southern side if necessary is more up there. So it's really those teams down to the far south that I'm the most worried about. And now even Ace of Spades chasing down APHELION up here on this northern side. Since they're all still rotating, we got some of this, but I think he's gonna pull off at that last moment. I guess he really was just trying to get that fear into APHELION so they'd keep going.
And keep going as they will. APHELION Esports doing pretty good this week, honestly. Saw one game where they got a second place finish, and they just, not much he could do there at that point. He would have had to like turn back around and circled all the way, just being very separated to avoid the line of fire. So it didn't work out, but APHELION down to 3. I see Knights and back-to-back very close to one another. That might be a fight as Ace continues to chase down these points, and that's 2 players in a vehicle there, and they will barely make it out, but they're kind of driving close to WALLSTREETBETS now, so it is not over for this APHELION team, as yep, that's a buggy. And yes, that is a player, so you better keep going. And if they stop here, I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, they realize that. If they stop there, WALLSTREETBETS are going to swarm them like vultures. So they're going to have to force to keep going. And what a wild rotation for this APHELION team.
The safest spot for them is definitely just into the city as per usual. So they're definitely booking it towards that North Georgia area. Because, I mean, where else is safe for you to stop? Like, there's just so much cover in that city. That's definitely where they're going. My heart would have been racing with that big rotation. I'm sure theirs was. Even Trick, though, I think he had a little bit of an easier time on that rotation after getting a lot of that information from his other teammates kind of going first. But jeez. Yeah, here we go. They are in that Georgia Pole area. And I don't think this is that bad of a deal, right? I mean, they do have Angry Amateurs right beside them, kind of keeping in control that middle bridge and kind of the southernmost spot of this North Georgia Pole. But I mean, they could go and be near the really long bridge so they can kind of be prepared no matter where they want to set up here.
I think Angry Amateurs did spot that out. DIY watching those hilltops. Might have seen a car, fly into the air as he seems like he's really dead set looking that way. We are going to head into the next circle shift. Back-to-back has backed off of the Knights. They got really close at one point. And there we go. It is going to be a potential Georgia Bowl Crates ending, Mount Everest ending, but it's definitely more towards that southern side. Now, TC, they either got to decide to defend that spot or take a fight with the Knights. And Knights are scary. Knights play that position a lot, so the Knights probably have a decent idea of how to take it over, except they might get third party by the other teams in the north. APHELION Esports now know that Angry Amateurs are here as they pick up another finish. So APHELION Esports down to 2 for the last match of Erangel.
And they're not in zone up there. That's the bad thing. I mean, they could possibly get into that one last building, but now knowing that there's enemies that close by, it looks like they're deciding to continue to move around. Knights actually making their big rotation, and they're not going straight towards the compound that the Chosen is at. You can see Godman even waiting inside of his vehicle up to the northern side just in case anything like that would happen. But they're not going to fall for it. They're actually going to continue on to the northern side. They have some compounds over here. There's even like a big hill that they could potentially play out for a while on the northern side, but could give them a lot of information to the south. And I think that they're just deciding to do that more so than taking that compound from TC, at least for now.
I love the way the Knights are playing. It's like we think the Knights are a very aggressive team that takes fights, that it's confident, that could win any fights, and they could win a lot of fights. But instead of taking the fight with TC for a strong position, they're going to stop and just get more info, right? More info is always better than less info. So they got some info and they're sniffing it out, and they're going to find a free rotation across the bridge if they need it. So that is a very mature team. They don't just have one linear, style of play, even though that's what it seems like, right? They just fight and win. So they have making a very beautiful rotation now into the George Pool crates. We'll maybe see them in a second on the mini map, but beautifully done out of the Knights team. Not only, showing that they could fight, but they also show that they could rotate around the map as well.
Well, I guess I am surprised that even those teams that were up there on the northern side, like, they could have gone on ahead and kind of stayed a little bit more in that position, but they just completely cleared out. I mean, I do think it's a better deal for, like, Angry Amateurs that were previously where the Knights are and decided to go across into the crates because that has a higher chance of being there, but yeah, okay. Well, back to back, I saw in the elimination feed that this started, and it really looks like HQA decided to fully commit to that, taking down almost all of the back-to-back members. Well, I should say half of them, as Polo and Killswitch actually do make it out, but now as a duo down on the southern side, it's not looking too hot, because if you decide to play down to the southern side, that usually means you're going to attempt to go up onto Everest later on, usually. And now as a duo, that strength just won't be there. I like to see as well that THIRDEYE still decided to try and get up onto Everest, where Star Gaming was there first, because that contention could have been huge if this zone didn't decide to do whatever it just did right there. Up to the northern side, it still has the north in it. Like, Ace of Spades is super happy about this.
Ooh, man. The PUBG Circle Gods just... Oh, I love it. I love it. This is going to be a great ending. It's not George Pool crates. It's potential George Pool crates or potential north of the river. And the Knights are in a great position. We actually saw Knights win a match that ended in George Pool crates, playing from the exact position that they are in. Now, carnage, though, that's about to happen in George Pool crates. It's already unfolding as we got the predictions. 7WG with the Knights, Hot Jukes with Execute, and Glitter with TC. TC has been doing really consistent this week. Nothing too great, nothing too bad, so maybe TC might step it up here. But whoever is going to be in the crates are definitely going to need to step it up hard, because there's going to be action every single direction coming in from here.
Oh boy, yep, here comes the chaos. Just so many teams now filling in this area. There's just so many eyes on every single angle, you know? So even if you make a small movement like Execute attempted to do there, they got spotted out. So they did get one of them knocked. It does look like they're going to try to be going for that res, and Big Nade will take down the one dope member that was kind of in that area, and the res will happen. So that was a good place nade for Execute in that situation to get rid of this close person. Ooh. I'd just be a little bit afraid to go push into that with some people having their eyesight in that direction, but it does look like that smoke was able to protect them in time so much. You can hear the bullets just singing down to the southern side. It's so loud as HQA tries to crash into this position, but Star Gaming looks like they just got there first. And now them and Angry Amateurs are just ripping HQA apart.
I'm glad I passed it over to you, just as the chaos started to pick up in the crates. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, yep, there's a lot happening, but it still hasn't really slowed down. We still got a fight down happening here at the South Angry Amateurs, like you mentioned, with HQA. I think this is the last, like, committed fight where teams will have to kind of, fight and lose players. Everyone else kind of has placed their positions in the crates. Execute doing a great job right there, playing very aggressive against Dope. Dope, I feel like, should have played a little bit more proactive, like that guy hiding in the little tower. As the Chosen, oh, it's not done yet. So we got more fights. THIRDEYE versus the Chosen. Good push by THIRDEYE, taking out some of the players from the Chosen. I'm sorry, Glitter, but your TC pick not looking too good unless Gajia can instill the power of 4 players of Knights into just himself. I don't think he's going to be able to pick up much eliminations here.
Especially out in the open right there. That's where his home is now. That's going to be pretty difficult. But something else that I want to point out and talking about solos, I just noticed that when HQA almost went out completely, Crystal Pig is last one alive. You can see him down there all the way on the southern side. I feel like it's always Crystal Pig. He's always the last one alive for HQA, it seems. And somehow is just always alive, like far away from where his team was taken down. So I wonder if he just realizes the situation, is just able to get out of there. Maybe he never made it there in the first place. I'm not quite sure, but He's always the last one up. This next zone is going to shift now, and it does fully commit to being on top of the crates. Yep, it's going to continue to be interesting because now we just saw a ton of fights, right, Zoo? Like taking all of the around the edges of crates, and it's going to start happening again. I mean, the Knights have to come in somehow. So does Ace. So does Wall Street Bets. So they might fight first, as we can see here. But like, there's going to be, I think it's just going to be those 3 teams that are going to have to commit to a movement, but it's still a good amount considering the space that they have left. Wall Street Bets, it looks like they're going to be in fishes for right now because they can actually swim across to the other side of the bank. That's probably the safest for them.
Yeah, it's either that or drive past Ace and Knights. So I would take my chances just swimming across. And Ace of Spades also doing the same, it seems like. So a lot of swimmers here. And HQA, you mentioned, you know, Crystal Pig always being last one up. I think he's got the crystal ball too. And the crystal ball tells them like, your team's gonna get massacred. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna stay away from my team then. But he's gotta move in now too. And you see some smokes on the far right hand side. I don't know if he's trying to smoke his way all the way across that wide gap. Good luck if he is. He's better off not throwing any smokes and just proning in. But he does get taken out. We see one of the players of Knights, Spec, also getting taken out by Ace of Spades. So the Knights will be down to a 3-man. Not looking too good for the Knights to win this match, but hey, they won a 2v4 and they still have 3. You can make it happen still.
I do think it's interesting that all of these teams that were up to the north are having to commit to this coast basically, because I mean we've seen that before, but I don't know if like at this amount, maybe I'd like to say. I don't know. Like the Knights are up here, Ace of Spades, and we have Wall Street Bets going for it, and the hit list kind of on the other side. Like if they're hoping to cross into these buildings right below them, like I don't think that's really going to be possible. So it's really just going to be these guys fighting it out for a while. Looks like Ace of Spades, yep, did spot out the Knights here, and they're just getting a couple trades going on right now in the distance, and yet another solo got eliminated. So these guys somehow, honestly, I'm pretty impressed that these teams shoved 11 teams into this circle with this situation, but it's going to decrease pretty quickly here. Xenox actually going for information on this, maybe even to get closer after knowing that they got a knock onto somebody.
Yeah, beautifully done for the Knights. The number stacking was just good. 2 on the south, 1 on the north. The 2 players on the south, they traded each other. The one on the north got the off angle and got an opening. And that is just a very clean, methodical way of pushing and taking out Ace of Spades. Like, they make it look so simple, but it's just that brain IQ out of each individual player, knowing where to position themselves, what to do. 11. Look at those players. That is one scary peek you have to take, especially against the Knights. He's going to change positions, which helps him out a little bit. But you can see, he's just so scared to peek up because it's 3 heads of the Knights running in. Even though he was in good position, the Knights will take down that one. And the next circle goes further into the crates. We still have 10 teams and 30 players left alive. Execute looking really strong with 4 with majority of the circle. But that could easily go away if they start getting picked apart or if they get pushed by full teams from every side. We'll see how it goes. Knights, they got a ways to go, but I think they have enough smokes to just smoke their way all the way in to the crates.
3 out of the 4 teams that still have all 4 members up now have to make their way into this zone. I think one of them is going to be fine and isn't going to cause too many problems, but the other 2 being Angry Amateurs and Star Gaming right here, actually, this is going to be the one that has the most pressure this side because they have to push into 19 Esports. This is where there isn't as much space to get further inside of this zone, so it's going to be this side that there's going to be a lot of fighting, and of course the north when Wall Street Bets and Knights try to make their way on in. Ooh, maybe not Wall Street Bets actually, as they're taken out right here. Big nades coming through from the Knights, and this fight between Execute and the HITLIST pushing on in might be the entrance that they were looking for. Looks like Execute able to successfully defend that position. Like, look, Bait barely even has a scratch on him, so that was a pretty quick out for them. Flash now.
Really,
Ooh,
really good defense. That was a 2v3 defense out of Execute. Usually we'd see maybe one player drop down at the very least, but Execute playing really good right now. Not even getting a player knocked, and yeah, Flash last one up. I think Flash stayed back to provide cover fire, but maybe there's too many smokes down, so he couldn't do much. Flash is in the zone though, so he's gonna sit back there. Maybe Execute will forget about him. The Knights took down the other team to move in a little bit closer, and now we're about to head into the next shift. I think Angry Amateurs still has to finish their fight with 19 Esports before they're fully in. But besides that, everyone is just chilling. And Coops with the 1,000 damage, top damage dealer, 500 more than the second place damage dealer.
Oh, yeah, disgusting. Anyway, are we really surprised, though? No, it does look like, I mean, this fight between Star Gaming and 19 Esports, like, it started not too long ago now, but still long enough where clearly both these teams are just playing this so carefully. Even 7-7 is just standing here with this Molotov waiting for Star Gaming to get a little bit closer. Hayuya will toss a nade, though, getting that started with the Rad actually going down here. This Molotov for 777 could be big, but no, he just even puts it away as the push comes through. Here we go. Even another member of 19 Esports goes down. Star Gaming, all they needed was that first knock, and then they could make that push happen. Baby Tang, he's the only one able to hold his position against Star Gaming. As you can see, it's a 1v1 now as Next Squick is trying to crawl to his teammate for this res. I think both of them might be able to get it down. No, 777 is too far away. I was going to say maybe they'll both be able to reset to 2, but that's just not happening.
In those situations, you gotta go for the revive fast and make it decisive, or else you're gonna lose out and be too slow. THIRDEYE versus Angry Amateurs. THIRDEYE has one down. This is a really good game for THIRDEYE. They're making it really far into the late game. Problem is, there's still 9 teams left. So it's not even like they get guaranteed good placement points if they go out here. And Angry Amateurs, they are angry with those grenades. Not a lot of them connecting, though. They're about to get that revive onto their 4th player. THIRDEYE will reset back to 4. And the zone has shifted down to the south. So both these teams are in, and they might just wait it out. They might both mutually agree. Let's let the other teams fight it out. We could both get some more placement points before they continue to keep fighting. Now, the Knights versus Execute. That's the next big fight coming right on up because Knights aren't in zone. Execute are in zone in the closest position to the Knights.
Ooh. And I'm sure that they're trying to just look for that first knock. Look at how many smokes are right there. That's insane. Yeah, there we go. The Knights are just raining down on top of them. Fate's going to take a little bit of damage. And Telly actually gets knocked there. So that's what the Knights were looking for. They're all pushing into this warehouse now. Look at that. Fate. He's at the front lines. He's able to get a knock onto Coops. And a second one actually goes down here. But it does look like maybe Knights now at this point are kind of holding it down. Tenza being the last one alive. Yeah, disgusting. I'm pretty sure, did he get 3 there for to have Execute be executed?
I need to rewind that real quick, but yeah, Tenza, Coops open up with one that's not done yet. Another 1v2 maybe for the side. No, maybe that's asking for a little bit too much. Good third party by 19 Esports though, but that is Knights out in 6th place with 13 eliminations. You might have got that 3-piece because I know one of them opened it up with a grenade. And then I think Tenza just traded everybody very effectively. Now it's down to Angry Amateurs and THIRDEYE. 2 teams with 4 members up. We have the HITLIST and TC. That last member of the HITLIST has quietly proned his way in. And Gunda almost nading his teammate as well here. And the circle is in favor of THIRDEYE. Angry Amateurs are going to have to push in. Same with everybody else. Only THIRDEYE in the zone.
I'm a little bit worried about THIRDEYE, and only in that, I mean, I guess, I'm not too worried about their West, I guess I'll say. The hit list does have 1 person left up over there, but we'll see if that solo is going to be able to do much, especially from that harsh position. You can see him up there.
Oh, he's up there.
Up on top. Wow. Yeah.
He ran up the stairs in the middle of all that chaos and has managed to make it up there. Angry Amateurs actually catches out one of 19 Esports. A good finish right there. Should be able to get the reset, but now THIRDEYE feeling a little bit of pressure, might push back. Angry Amateurs versus THIRDEYE. Unfortunately, Angry Amateurs, one of the players are knocked. It's going to slow down the push. They're getting the revive, and it will come through.
There we go. This is the last couple of fights, though. There we go. 19 Esports, they're officially going to be eliminated on that. There's just too much pressure kind of surrounding them, and not too many of them, not enough of them, basically, to take this fight. As Angry Amateurs, the blue zone is upon them, so they're having to make this movement go now. I think it's interesting that one of the members of THIRDEYE there was being a little sneaky inside that crate, but now he's starting to make the move for it. Unfortunately, he does not take any shots towards Angry Amateurs as the Chosen starts getting involved. I mean, the Chosen as well only has 1 person left. As that solo, when do you start speaking up? Like, when do you start trying to fight? He did there. He does get 1 down. I do think he gets 1 of those eliminations, but Angry Amateurs is out after the Chosen there. So now it's down to the last 2 teams. The hit list with his 1 person and a the rest of them. He hurt him up there, and that was a quick finish there.
Man's got hops. I thought, you know, because when you're from down there shooting up, a lot of your bullets hit the crate, right? From that angle. One jump, and he connected a lot of those shots. Man's got hops. THIRDEYE, we were just talking, the desk was just talking about THIRDEYE. They've not been doing good. They need insane performances. Well, they got one here, you know, in the very last match before heading into Livik. I don't know if it was enough or not, but what a great finish. We've seen 2 crates finishes. I think this is beautiful PUBG Mobile. I hope it continues into the finals. Of course, we still got a Livik match before we go into the final span.
That one was even crazier than the last one, I'll say. That one, it seems like everybody was kind of knowing what they needed to do, so there's a lot more teams, I feel like, in the end there. So we're going to go retake a look with some highlights and then go over to the desk.
Team match, let's go.
Sweat, tears dripping as I'm inclining. 24/7 is daily. Yeah, the reason they pay me. The first one and last one up out of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, mind state built different. All day, it's go time. Yeah, we been on a mission. Better hope you ain't slacking when you run into me. Cause every day I check my back. We ready for war, so know it's convenient. Ain't gotta be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now we coming for top spot, let's see. Through the highs, lows, in between, just gotta be steady. Ready and now we coming for top spot, let's see. Through the highs, lows, in between, just gotta be steady. But you gotta know, it's one thing if you coming for me. Shit, all day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We can't quit heavy more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came and quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came and quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came and quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came and quit heavy with more.
The IGL, or in-game leader, is the captain on the battlefield and the one who calls the shots. It's the IGL's task to come up with decisive strategies and solutions in real time, and the rest of the team is supposed to execute those to perfection. This role is not for everyone, because you need to deal with a lot of pressure, and you can't make any mistakes. It's not necessary that the IGL has to play as a support during fights. They might carry impeccable firepower and still be aware enough to make decisions for the whole team while engaged in a fight. This is why it's mandatory to have a superior game sense and be able to detect threats that can't be seen. So, the task of figuring out rotation paths according to the zone shifts naturally falls to them. Leading is a dynamic task, and there's no way to tell what makes a perfect IGL. While having a flexible approach might seem like a suitable option, IGLs must know their team's strengths and arrange their playstyle accordingly. Most IGLs prefer a democratic approach, where every situation is discussed among all the members as the IGL comes up with a final decision. However, this can also backfire in chaotic situations when your teammates are being impulsive. So having a unilateral approach is not a bad choice either. Remember, it's not always the IGL's fault that a member dies. It's a battle royale, and your survival is solely in your hands. The captain's job is to make sure that the team stays in the match no matter what, even if it costs the elimination of a member or two. Difficult times call for difficult measures, and having a disciplined chain of command is often the deciding factor between the winning and losing team.
And we're back. That is it right there. One more left to go. We're going to be heading into Livik. This is the match we've all been waiting for. 7 Glitter, how are you feeling after this entire PMPL so far?
Great, man. I'm enjoying the new format, okay, because it made it to the point that every match count, and I think a lot of teams right now at this point, especially those teams trying to fight for the 16, THIRDEYE, that was a great performance, don't get me wrong, but it might have been a little bit too late, and that's what I'm saying. I'm enjoying that every match counts, Glitter.
Yeah, I think it's definitely made every single day more interesting, as well as the phases, because everything they do matters at this point. And like you said, nice to see a performance come out of THIRDEYE there with the chicken dinner at the end, but I just don't know that it's going to be enough to really do a whole lot for them when it all comes down to it. I mean, we saw Angry Amateurs stepping up to the plate. Knights just decided to just go very Elim heavy to close out the main matches of the day, possibly to kind of like rev themselves up for this Livik match to get some more bonus points on the board. I don't know, but we've got the HITLIST up here. Actually, HITLIST was one of those teams we were looking at 2-7 for potentially either being in or not being in that top 12 for this last Livik match. So these points for HITLIST will be big too.
Yeah, they'll definitely be big, and I think they'll be pushing towards that top 12. But there were some other teams that they were fighting with, like Ace of Spades, the previous match. They also had a good performance. I want to see that second page, though. I want to see which teams didn't really perform well. And this might be able to tell a lot, too, because when we go to the top 12, as you were mentioning, going into that Livik, this can actually come into play. You can see, though, Ace of Spades with the 5 points. Maybe they were able to clutch it out. I don't know. WALLSTREETBETS, by the way, WALLSTREETBETS has fallen off in a big way. This team was performing so well, like so well. Phase 1, Phase 2, and in this one, they got the Nova bug of Phase 3, but even worse, like they have not been able to recover WALLSTREETBETS, and I don't know what's going on with that team because they were looking really strong between the first 2 phases.
Yeah, Phase 3 has been a weird one. I mean, I think we've seen inconsistency for almost every single squad in Phase 3. We haven't had it, except for the Knights. The Knights has pretty much been the only team that have just been doing what we've been expecting. Everybody else has been relatively quiet. You know, I think it's time that we finally take a look, though, at who made it into this Livik match.
Ooh. Mayhem.
Dun, dun, dun.
Mayhem.
Let's do it. It is the Knights are in first place. Oh my gosh.
Knights for sure. I mean, 328 points. I feel like every single phase there has been one team that has just performed so well, that has built up such an insane lead, especially Phase 2 with Nova, and then now Knights with, I mean, look what they're currently doing here. The Panthers at 217, back-to-back at 216. Okay. You know what? Show me that second page, because I'm really intrigued to see which ones out of the other ones ended up making it to that Livik. I want to see if the HITLIST made it.
Oh, Ace of Spades. Rip.
Glitter.
The 5 points?
Wow.
The 5 points that Wall Street Bets got.
What?
So clutch.
Dude.
Wow.
I'm actually
there's-
Ouch.
I'm actually shocked. We were just talking about this. You just asked me, and I mentioned it to space on the previous one. And Wall Street Bets, this is what I was talking about. Like Wall Street Bets finishing here in 11th place. That's so unlike them, Glitter.
I mean, we've seen tons of yo-yoing across the board. APHELION was the best squad in the first phase, and now look where they are here in phase 3. Star Gaming has fallen off since phases 1 and 2. Now they're down here just barely in that top 12 for Livic. I feel bad for HITLIST missing out by just a few points again to that Livic match. And then, of course, the remainder of the lobby here, Dope 19 and THIRDEYE, all being very, very close to each other. They've played very similarly this third phase, but I think the performances in the previous phases on behalf of 19 and Dope are going to keep them in some solid spots.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. This is going to be a crazy Livic match that we got coming up here. Especially considering that, okay, when it comes to these bonus points rankings, they're all differentiated by just 1 point coming on down. So first place gets 20, then, second gets 19, and it goes all the way down the line. Now we see back-to-back, right? 1 point difference between second and third place. So doing better in this Livic, right?
Ooh.
Could be the difference between 1 extra bonus point. Well, it is going to be, right, Glitter?
They need to.
And that 1 bonus point can come big.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
going to say they need to, Glitter, because looking at that bonus ranking overall, I think right now Nova has a 21-point lead when it comes to back-to-back. So back-to-back definitely needs to have one of their best performances here in Livic and try to third party, try to get eliminations, try to get any possible points that you can get, because once we go to that overall ranking after this Livic, remember, they're also going to be getting bonus points from that too. And Nova, for sure, is currently in second place. Knights is going to be at the top too. We were talking about who's going to be able to challenge Knights and Nova, right? But back-to-back just needs to do something here in this Livic to kind of set the mood too for the finals.
Come on, back-to-back. Come on. Get it started. Get it started. Make it happen. Let's go. One more match here, guys. Get in the conversation. Get some hype for us. Use that hashtag PMPLNA. And hopefully we will see who is going to be the winner with the most bonus points. All right. Let's get it going. Let's get it started. It's Livic for the third time in this whole tournament. Take it over. Span Cargo and Zute. Let's go.
Thank you, Jukes. Let's get it going. The last Livic, the last map of the day. And here we go. I hear Hot Jukes, rooting for back-to-back, telling them to get it started. You know what I want to see? I want to see something out of Nova. 2 things, right? Either I see option A, which is a hot drop, right? The Knights at mid-scene, because we've seen the Knights take mid-scene every single time, so we know they're going to drop there. Or number 2, there's actually a good few scattered compounds, like scrap compounds, right? Surrounding Livic. So maybe the Knights could do a 2-2 and drop around mid-scene and trap them on rotation. I want to see option A or option B. I don't want to see Nova drop on the east side of Livic and do their split, where they just chill there. Because like we saw, they need to stop the Knights themselves. And then they also need to get the chicken dinner and the Elim points. If they just let Knights play Knights and they play, themselves Nova, Knights is just going to keep getting those points.
Yeah, and even though it is 1 point separating each bonus point, kind of what the desk was talking about, that still is going to be huge in the end. Or even just to see who's going to be taking the very top of this entire event, because there's 2 layers of... Oh man, there's just so many layers. Oh my goodness. There's so many layers of bonus points. So this is obviously going to get the obvious first layer between 1st to 12th, but also just then the overall points will be adding on yet another layer of bonus points. So there's a lot of stuff laying on the line here. As we can see so far, I see 1 member of back-to-back and Star Gaming right next to each other, but otherwise no big contention happening at all in this.
Yeah, Nova's not going to try and do the surrounding split on the Knights. So definitely disappointed. But hey, maybe, this is Livic. just play to your best ability, and they'll target the Knights in the upcoming days for the finals. They better target the Knights, because like I don't know, maybe they know they won't make PMGC off of points, and right now they're worried about just qualifying right to the next stage, which would be PMPL Americas. So maybe that's what the Nova team's been thinking about. Like, we keep looking at the PMGC one, but potentially
That's
Nova
true.
might have already given up on that, and they're just wanting to make it into Americas. As the 1v1s are coming out and back-to-back, well, Hot Jukes was pulling for back-to-back, but back-to-back is getting pieced apart right now.
Yeah, I mean, they only lost one person so far. I can't even see where the rest of them ended up going off to here. There we go. There's the other one. I was going to say, Hayuya, I know, is next to one of them, and it looks like Polo will get taken down from somebody else. Brian across the street with his own weapon will be able to get him down instead. So that's yet another person taken down for back-to-back. There are two of them left. I believe both of them are to the northern side. I can definitely see Kill Switch up there. Oh no, the other member of back-to-back is all the way up in the northwestern side. Do you see that? J7 is like above Lupin Felt, actually. I didn't even realize. But now both these guys are definitely having to play this game as just straight up solos.
Lupin Felt. That's a funny name.
Lupin Felt.
Lupin Felt. Oh. Ooh. He's gonna wait. He's gonna wait for both of them. Oh, he looked over! And from the other angle, I think that's actually a different team shooting at Kill Switch.
Yeah.
Right there. And Brian with the peek. Oh, double!
Nice.
Oh, switching to... Oh, he's got a sniper too. Oh, watch him pop this shot.
I mean, I was thinking that somebody had to have been shooting at him, because why else would he choose that side of the rock? So, it's quite unfortunate. Yeah, KBL and TC are just to the north there, so there really was nowhere for that member of back-to-back to go. It really is just down to J7 left now up there in a state, but Star Gaming, they might now get in a fight between TC or KBL, but it looks like it's between them first. Pig taking a lot of damage as he's kind of running out in the open, but he will just be able to hold on by laying prone.
Joey's here, though. Joey's got the game. He's got the game sense. He's got the eyes. Joey's got everything. He might actually be able to take down Subpix, though, even though he's out of line of sight, as they do open it up. They got a knock right now on one member of TC. Opa trying to go for like an off-angle flank. Gets caught by Acer. And now advantage goes to KBL. 4 versus 3. Star Gaming looks like they backed off completely. They got the resets, and they don't want to partake in this, as another player, Subpig, getting taken down. The Chosen now down to 2, and this map, very elimination heavy focused early game. I think every team knew that even before starting, Levick, because if you get bored one day and try out Levick, one thing you'll learn is that the lines of sight from circle 2 onwards, it's like everywhere, right? Like teams could shoot you from like 300 meters away. It is just not a good map to have more players alive in the late game. So I think everyone already knows to play aggressive early on when you get the chance. And that is exactly what KBL is doing.
Yeah, look at them literally chasing the Chosen, making sure that they're not going to be getting away here. I mean, I'm sure Acer hears them here, calling it out to the rest of his team, as the rest of his team slowly getting closer. And I think Gagio kind of realized this is his building from now on. He was laying prone, but now actually he's back into action. Oh no! He gets spotted out as he tries to leave there below half HP. Joey, he's just going to make the push, and he has the gun of this map ready for this to happen. Oh, all of his teammates do. Joey does go down, though. I don't think he was ready for the kind of crossfire. That was kind of almost like like a trick that the Chosen was trying to put onto KBL, and it almost worked, getting one of them knocked there. The res will happen, though, and then they continue on the rest of the game. There's nobody else around them for them to be aggressive on just yet.
Good job by KBL. Good setup by TC, honestly. That's as best as you could do as a 2v4. So they did the setup. They tried to make it work, but KBL just swarmed them with the shotguns at the end of the day. Zone, I think you might have mentioned it. I don't remember. We've had too much fighting, like since not even minute 1, since second 1, but the zone is dead smack in the middle. So besides the hot drops, I think that's it for now until we see the next circle shift. Maybe even one after that before we see anything happen. I mean, we're down to 39 players, and the blue zone, is just now. Wait, is the blue zone even closing?
It is. Very slowly,
Okay.
though.
All right. So, I mean, we got like a minute to kill. All right. Gonna ask you a question, Span.
What's up?
Do you agree with me on the fact that Nova needs to start targeting the Knights like every match they can in the finals until they catch up to the Knights?
You see, okay, I'm going to go a roundabout answer. I will give an answer in the end, but
Okay.
I think that there's two ways to think about it, right? It's like, one, they need to be targeting them to get them out, but then they have to make sure that they play out the rest of the game and get
Right.
a lot of eliminations and even as close to the chicken dinner, if not just the chicken dinner, as possible, right? So that in itself is hard, right? If you're going to go on ahead and take a big 4v4 against one of the top team that you're currently fighting against the Knights, like what are the odds that you're going to come out of that with 4 or 3 players? You need 4 or 3 players, in my opinion, to really get a lot of eliminations and get the chicken dinner. So like that is the one option, and that like I don't even know what difficulty rating I'd put on that, but it's pretty high, right? And the other option is continue to play the game normally, because even when they play the games normally, there is a chance for them to get a high number of eliminations and get the chicken dinner. But the thing is that Knights could totally be that team in second place with a lot of eliminations too, you know? But there might be less risk in that second one, right? Like they might.
What would
not
you
just
do
get taken
if you were
out.
the IGLs, man? You told me you used to be an IGL. What would you do? You're on Nova. You're the IGL. What do you tell your team?
Oh man. I guess I would want to make sure, see what everybody's head's at. What is our exact goal in this?
God.
Because
Okay,
if the
all
exact
right.
goal
Limic's
is
ramping
to
up.
if their goal was to take over the Knights, then they should target the Knights, is what I'm getting at. But I
Okay,
feel like the
fair
whole
enough.
team has to be on that page.
Of course, of course. Okay, all right. We got the answer. The action is
I
starting
told
to ramp
you.
up here. The action, you're right. You gave me the answer eventually. Action is starting to ramp up as teams edging in, right, are starting to get in there. Fight Payuya taking a nice little peekaboos right there with inactive with the M16. I want to see inactive get on that zip line, whip out like never before seen moves, and just like knock all of Star Gaming while zip lining towards them. That'd be insane. And second circle pops up, and well, it centers right up very nicely. I think the only action we're going to see really is MEZEXIS and Star Gaming.
Yeah.
Execute might move in a little bit too much and run into Nova, but I feel like Execute's probably going to take it slow. KBO, all the way on the western side, they might also have to fight a team as they edge into their side of the circle.
I will say though, usually at this point, I feel like the very center will just be like completely filled with teams, and that's just not what's happening. Like people are still pretty spread out, I'd say. Even if they're inside of this next zone, they're like not budging, and they're not in the smack center. I mean, to be fair, I don't even know if they'd be able to make it there, because the Knights and where Ace of Spades are, I feel like they might be able to just hold anybody out from making any kind of closer rotation. Like even just looking at where Nova just moved in, it is right next to the Knights on this map. It's so easy to see. Spec getting the knock and the flush on the Koi there.
Man, Spec is those were headshots too. I don't know, probably a lot of people didn't see it, but after we ended like game 3 or 4, there was highlights rolling, right? And Spec got a double knock, right? Long range against MEZEXIS by himself. He was using the M4 and he did tap fires on the first target and the second target where he almost got knocked out, and it was headshots. It was like he purposely lined his crosshair onto the head and tap fired. Right now, 99% of comp will just go for that full spray with the M4 because it's so easily controllable, right? When you've been playing the game that long. Spec has like upgraded his game to actually going for the headshots, not just close range, because a lot of players do keep their crosshair close, like head level close range, but even long range, when a lot of players are just spraying, he's aiming for those headshots. And that right there, you know, clean headshots as well. He was spraying, but he was aiming for the head. So just a little bit of a, you know, nod towards Spec to, you know, ever improving his game. Like you feel like the Knights have hit like a skill ceiling, right? But there's always something more that they could do. And I think it's great that each individual player on the Knights keep themselves accountable for improving and not just as a team.
I agree. Just absolutely. It's great. I mean, there's always, in my opinion, there's always something to be learning. Even if you're towards the top all the time, there's always something that you could do better. So I think it's kind of cool to see that improvement continue to happen. And we were wondering if KBL was going to get into a fight on the edge over here, and it looks like they are. They're running into Star Gaming right now, trading back and forth some utility, as Star Gaming clearly knows that Quan is inside that little shack there, but nothing that they're tossing towards him is quite reaching. So they're going to start backing up, because I think this blue zone is going to, I mean, it's not going to be pleasant, I guess we'll say. And Star Gaming actually has been in so many fights that I bet that maybe their meds is something that they're trying to preserve right now. So they're not going to be running into KBL just yet. And here we go. Which team will have the most eliminations? Hutjukes chose Execute 7. Chose Star Gaming, which that's who's winning right now with 5. And then we got the Knights from Glitter.
Yeah, by the way, if for the people that don't know how they're picking these predictions, they can't pick the same team, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be any fun. Basically, at a certain time in the game, whoever, if they all pick the same team, whoever types their name out first, we have the group chat up, gets it. Everyone picked the Knights, but, Glitter got it first, so Glitter will be able to pick the Knights there. As Sam himself gets picked off, and Quan, he's just forced to mid-strat. Ayuya still looking back there. That blue is cooking right now. Quan does not enjoy it. APHELION Esports taking some shots at Star Gaming, who's currently with the most amount of eliminations with 5. That might slow them down just a little bit, as APHELION looks to kind of gatekeep out the Star Gaming team.
I think this is smart though, right? I mean, definitely in this one, you're just trying to get as many points as possible, so if they're able to kind of set those 2 people down there to keep a watch on these, making a rotation in. I like that they also have Clown up further to the northern side, keeping an eye on that rotation, because that means that they can kind of just hold as much of the west as possible over here. But there's not too much movement happening, except the Knights actually decided to leave their drop spot here. They're pushing out onto Nova. I guess they realize this is where Nova has gone, and they're going to take the aggressive route. A lot of utilities starting to be tossed in. Once again, probably trying to soften this up or catch one, because they know that there's only going to be 2 people inside of this compound. Wow. I mean, I think this is good. I think the Knights need to be pushing on Nova if they know that they have some sort of an advantage here, but it's also a little scary that Nova does have the ability to just be waiting for them to peek out first,
Yeah, but luckily for the Knights, Yi is down, right? Yi was the star player of the team this week, and Yi was the one that almost won before the Knights on the Miramar game, and because he didn't, the Knights ended up winning the match and with 2 players left. But yeah, long-range shots, just like I said, Livik, it's very difficult. The sight lines are very long, so even the Knights going aggressive here, they have to worry about teams that might seem like they're far away, but they are able to see things. So they smoked it out. They're going to push in together. It is a 3v2 situation when Ren's got the shotgun, though. That can always change things in a matter of milliseconds. I think Ren threw a Molotov down to stall for time. The Knights working this slow and methodical. They're going to isolate out Ren. Ren gets the first one with the shotgun. He goes down low. Now he's getting cover fire from his teammates to get the first aid off. And Kindness got a nade. Xenox down to 1 HP. And that is the Knights taken out. And once again, Nova celebrating. But hey, Nova, you might just be feeling the Knights with that, man, because the Knights still have a very, very, very comfortable lead. Small hand claps, though. Good job, Nova. Good job, Nova. That's the second time you took down Knights. Maybe you'll realize you guys could beat them in a straight-up fight. And that was a fight that started out as a 2v3. So, hey, Nova, we don't usually see them fight or be aggressive, but they're beating the Knights. So, come finals, I want to see stuff happen.
Yeah, I mean, now that they've beaten them twice, maybe you will get what you're asking for and have them try and take that aggressive fight with them every single game. I mean, obviously they can do it, so maybe we'll get that. Honestly, that would be sick if we got to catch that fight every single match, especially early on. That'd be amazing. I do think maybe, just maybe, that fight right there would have happened the opposite way if the Panthers didn't take shots at the Knights earlier. When the Knights was trying to make a rotation over on the eastern side, the Panthers actually took shots to make them turn around. If they felt like they were free to make any sort of rotation around the compound, maybe they would have been able to take down Nova. I don't think they identified that the Panthers, while that fight happened, ended up getting engaged with MEZEXIS. If they did, maybe they would have been able to move a little bit more freely. But, you know, that's all speculation. And Nova ended up winning anyway. The Panthers and MEZEXIS, though, this fight has been going on for a while. I think they're kind of realizing that they're kind of equal in their positioning. But MEZEXIS has been the one to successfully whittle down the Panthers. There's only 2 of them left here.
Yeah, MEZEXIS right now pushing in aggressive. 2 of them do go down, though. Now it's a 1v2. The Panthers making it happen again. Nice little angle from the window. He's cornered, though. 1v2, swinging back and forth. He's got to make some room for himself. Swings out the doors away. Nice peeks back and forth, but goes for that drop shot. Gets the knock, except he is traded. Very valiant attempt out of the Panthers in that 2v4 defense. And Nova, by the way, did get the zone. So, beating out the Knights, looks like they might get really well rewarded for it. They're down to 2 players, however, as Ace of Spades pulling up in the car, getting ripped out of the vehicle. Execute here to say, hello, we're here. We're going to take this place first. Second pull up by the car, straight into the compound. I don't think that's the play, but Blinky is making it happen. Hello. Takes down 2. 2 of Execute are still up. They should be able to get this revive. This is actually, might be a good chance for Nova to get very aggressive because they saw 2 of them were down, but it's a little bit of a distance to cover, so Nova's going to slow it down. WALLSTREETBETS still have 3. They got a reset on a few of their players, and they're going to try and make it work.
Oh boy, here we go. It looks like this zone does go up onto the northern side here. Execute being able to grab that position on this western side here. That's going to be pretty huge for them. Now as WALLSTREETBETS is pushing into them, this is their opportunity to pick up yet a couple more eliminations here. Nice explosion of that vehicle, making sure that they're covered. At least trying to do a little bit more damage or something. I don't even know if WALLSTREETBETS, can they get out of there easily there? No, all they have is that truck. They tried doing damage here, but it just doesn't quite work out. And now Execute, the only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that if Nova does decide to be aggressive towards them, like WALLSTREETBETS still has a lot of people on their team to start making a push in that direction, but Nova only has 2 people left, so maybe I'm not entirely worried just yet. We'll see what Execute decides to do though, because they're currently the team with the most amount of people, so I feel like it's kind of up to them on what they want to do next. They do take out more members of WALLSTREETBETS here. Just they're just getting destroyed by this blue zone and Execute right now.
Those smokes aren't really helping Execute out. I'd like for them to throw the smokes further into WALLSTREETBETS' face so they have room to work with, but it doesn't matter. WALLSTREETBETS is out. 2v3 now for the Nova team versus Execute. And this nade by... Oh, I think that's a little bit too far, that jump toss. Gets some damage in on all multiple members, about like 20-ish damage. Remix... I don't know what line of sight he has, but by the time he's out of first aids, he might be able to knock a player from either Nova or Execute. Nova gets the zone, though. So it is Execute's play to make Nova staggered. 1 in the front, 1 in the back. Kindness, he's going to readjust himself, realizing they have the zone advantage. He's going to try and cover a little bit more. Remix goes down, so there is no third-party spoiler. Who is going to take this one? Execute, the team that has been doing better and better game by game, day by day with 6-less, or Nova, who's really fighting for their, PMGC spot now. Against, it's okay. I try to hype it up a little bit more, but now it's a 3v1. Kindness, you don't got the clutch like the Knights do, so I'm going to say, yep, didn't even get one. That is a clean finish, though, for Execute. And hey, Nova still took out the Knights, and they picked up 60 limbs with a 2nd place finish. These points that they just got here not only go to the week 3 total, that goes into the bonus total, that goes into finals total, but these points, this game alone, goes towards the PMGC total as well. So good points gained by the Nova. They still got a mountain left to climb, though, Spam.
They do, for sure. I can't believe that was the last match before finals for this event. That kind of just blows my mind. The next time that we're going to be here, it's going to be into the finals, and that's where things are going to stack up even more. Like, I even think that there's like a trend, right? Like the games before finals are just different. Like when finals starts, like the games are like an entirely different ball game. So now that it's officially wrapped up, like getting into the finals would be absolutely insane. And I honestly think Execute ending that off with a chicken dinner again, maybe that's a little bit of a preview for what we're gonna see in finals. But we're gonna, of course, jump into the highlights of that match and then go over to the desk.
it's the executees that get the chicken dinner. Great prediction, Glitter, on the Knights, man. What happened to him?
Why don't we ask them?
Her face.
That's a good one. We should. Yeah, by the way, for everybody watching, with our predictions, we made a rule that we could only pick one particular team, and we have to pick separate ones. So it's like a race to pick a certain squad. And everyone's been racing to pick the Knights. Glitter.
10-minute hit.
Yeah. Glitter on the dot. Set a timer and everything. Got the Knights.
And they let me down.
They lost.
They disappointed me. I won't be speaking to them for the next week.
Let's take a look at the match standings here, 7. Oh my goodness. Execute putting up some good points. Nova getting some more points on the board. Trying to catch those sneaky Knights with 12 points right there. And, you know, KBL with 9. Pretty good.
I really, we all thought Knights were actually going to be able to put themselves in a great position to get a bunch of points. Didn't end up happening. Nova for the 12 points. That's good. Remember, this points, as Sute and Span were saying, they are going to be going towards PMGC. It's okay. If we go to the second page, then you can actually show her doing that. But Execute, yo, man, Execute has turned it around. And I feel bad for the whole, just for the whole team that was playing before by me saying this. But once HITLIST joined this team, it became a completely different team. Yeah, Fate was still fragging out. Fate continued to frag out. But we are seeing Execute a lot more than all the other faces. Is it not true? It's true.
That's not how that works, bro. You need to say HITLIST sucks, okay? And that's what you have to say, because as you start giving this guy too much, too much heat, then all of a sudden that HITLIST mask is gonna get too strong, and bad things are gonna happen.
It's okay. Right? He now goes to the gym, works out instead of just raging out on Twitter. No. So that's good.
There we go. Okay, all right. I'll take that. We'll take that, But self-help, we love to hear that right here. Okay, Now let's move on to the predictions. The thing that everybody has been waiting for. So we can see what the total is, and boom! First place, baby. 5 points. Glitter Glitter's number 1.
I think it's reverse, yeah. I think it's first place, 4th, and 5th, right? Yeah. Is that how that works? Hey, it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games. Now, since Glitter did end up just getting 1 point right, we are going to have another punishment. If you weren't here yesterday, you didn't get to see that amazing punishment that she had to do, which was use a very deep voice. This time around, we have 3 options. Hey, the viewers, PUBG Mobile Esports North America YouTube chat. I know you guys like voting on this. So these are going to be your options, right? For everybody that uses the hashtag PMPLNA, make sure you also choose the punishment, which can be hit a lemon on the first segment on Friday.
Voice.
Yes.
Address us as royalty, your highness. I would like that. Yeah. And then the last one is use a voice changer again. You want Glitter to have a deep voice, or...
It sounded good with the deep voice, honestly.
It was scary.
I was pretty good. Honestly, there's no bad choices with this one, I think. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA and give us a tag so we can see that amazingness in the finals. We better see you guys in the finals as well. Now it's time to take a look at the overall for all the phases. But we will in just a little bit, right? We will just in a little bit here. But first, right? So far, we got to just show our appreciation for just how amazing this tournament has just been. It's crazy to see with this whole new format, teams adapting, getting it done here. And man, I can't even wait to see those bonus points coming up, Glitter.
I can wait to see the bonus points because they won't have as many on the night side of things as they should.
Dang! Woo!
I'm disappointed. The one time I finally get to pick nights when I want to pick them and they don't give me the performance that I needed. Well, here you go. I mean, at least I can pull up a leaderboard for you. There you go.
Interesting.
Bonus points.
Wow. So this is the official bonus points. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, but it's missing the other bonus points. It's missing the bonus points from when we get the overall ranking. So
That's
Knights
true.
might be there. By the way, they're not sorted. You can actually see Knights. It's 54 points, but Nova actually has edged them out. Now it comes down to how Nova finish on this phase, because
Dude,
they might end up being tied in bonus points.
Ooh, it's gonna be very
They
close.
might end up evening each other out.
Can you believe that these teams are going to be starting with 70 points, right? Something like that. If you think about it, because right now they have 50. We know for a fact they're going to get more than 15, you know? And so they are going to be starting the finals with 70 points. That's ridiculous. That is insane. For those teams that really, really suffered, they're going to be feeling it big time. Big time in the finals, which is coming up around the corner. Guys, make sure you mark your calendars. Let's go ahead and bring up the calendar so we can see exactly when that is going to be, to remind you all. Write your pens, write your paper. You know what? Go ahead and make sure that you go ahead and tell your neighbors as well, because you know what? We're starting off with a blank slate here, Glitter.
It's going to be next weekend, okay?
It's gonna be next weekend. But that also means that because there's no
There it
league,
is.
there you go. Okay, so it's gonna be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, obviously. But you can see that means that they have 4 days of downtime. 4 days to VOD review, to reassess, to tweak, work on whatever small things they want to work on, nail down, or change before we get into those finals. So that could be super beneficial for some of these squads that need a little bit of a reset, time to rethink what happened in phase 3 that they could have done significantly better on, and hopefully implement those changes in time and effectively for those final 7.
Nova. Nova.
Yeah.
Phase 3, Nova, please go back and watch what happened in phase 2 and phase 1, which was pretty much Knights not performing the way they started performing in phase 3. And then assess the situation, see how you can counter what Knights has been able to do, which, by the way, I mean, we heard it from Coops too. Their coach is going to be helping them out in a big way too. So it's not just going to be the teams that didn't perform well, right? It's going to be the top teams too. They're going to be bringing in the heat. They're going to be showing us stuff that they maybe didn't show us before. So for Knights and Coach McCoy, I'm intrigued to see what kind of stuff they're going to be bringing in towards the end and making sure that they keep that PMGC spot with the PMGC points.
Man, it's so crazy, especially considering that, you know, with the PMGC leaderboard on the line, we can't even use the excuse for Nova, right? We can't just say that, we're chilling out here, because the points mattered so much. And, you know, speaking of points, I think it's about time we figure out, you know, who got the most, which individual player got the most points, who's going to get that MVP, who's going to get that $1,000 extra prize pool. That is what I'm thinking of. And of course, we couldn't do this whole tournament without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. We're about to find out the player who unleashed the beast the most. Let's see. Let's get some predictions.
Coops.
Glitter?
Coops.
I want Glitter's prediction. Best predictor in A.
You know what? I'm not even going to say it then. Tensa. I don't. It's it's too late.
You don't want to say
It's
Coops
too late
because you don't want to. Thank you, Glitter. Appreciate it. Coops is going to be happy about that.
Coops. It's got to be
Coops.
Coops. It's got to be. I don't see how it could be anybody else. It's Coops.
Ooh.
142 eliminations. Woo!
19 minutes and 42 seconds average survival time. That's so impressive. And 28,000 damage. Coops. I mean, what's crazy too, at the beginning of phase 1, I remember him tweeting out, it's good to get to the top, but it's hard to stay at the top. And I remember the vibe was a little bit down for him. They have turned it around, and wow, Coops, congratulations, man, for that MVP. I'm pretty sure you're going to be looking to get that MVP for the finals, too.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, add that money straight to the bank right there. That's crazy to see. 142 eliminations, 28,000 damage. And, I mean, he didn't even need to put any in Livik. That's so crazy. So crazy to think about that right there. That is how you get it done. Now it's time to take a look at the overalls here to see where everybody stands. The Knights, 741 points, passing up Nova. Glitter.
Still, honestly, at the end of it all, it's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. 720 for Nova to Knights 741. that is better at the end of it all. So good job for Nova for picking up their performance a little bit in phase 3. Hopefully they're able, like we were saying before and kind of hinting at, hopefully they're able to fix whatever they need to fix by the time finals come around. But this is a pretty stacked top 8 right now. And what's even crazier too is the fact that you've got APHELION up here, Star Gaming up here, when they fell off pretty hard, to be fair, Seven.
They definitely did, and you can see it. I mean, in the performances, in everything that we have been talking about. Luckily for them, though, we did see a little bit of flashes, right? A little bit of flashes of greatness from them. We saw Nate being able to pull up some stats. We saw Trick being able to pull up some stats. But that's what I was saying. We gotta, in a way, I was calling them out because it can't just be those 2 players. They need a lot more support. Some of those IGLs cannot be getting eliminated early on. Star Gaming, the biggest roller coaster, execute. I'm excited to see how this team is going to be performing in the finals. It's a completely different team, at least here on phase 3. Hopefully they can continue on that trend. The Panthers, we have seen what they've been able to do. They're another team that can also have that in factor and get a bunch of eliminations and get a lot of points in just one match. WALLSTREETBETS has fallen down in a big way. Can they recover from that? And then back-to-back, the defending champions. Can they do anything to become back-to-back champions? Because they are going to be having a big gap. And then, here we go. We go down. Korean barbecue lovers, right? Dope Esports made it in. 19 Esports, the HITLIST, HQA, Ace of Spades. A lot of these teams that I'm seeing right here, they need to make sure they showcase their skills to the other teams in the first match when we come here Friday, because if not, they are going to be getting picked on. And remember what we said, every single match matter. THIRDEYE, this is what I was saying, it was a little bit too late. Even with 2 chicken dinners.
Yes, okay. Okay, no, but that's what's getting me, because THIRDEYE has 2 chicken dinners, Dope has 0, and they're in 16th, just barely making their way into finals. And Star Gaming, all the way up on the first page, only has 1 chicken dinner, and they're in like a top 5 situation. So it's just goes to show it's not always about the chicken dinner. It really is about your consistency. It's about making sure you're always getting eliminations on the board, even if you're not getting those placement points, because when you look at everybody else on the first page, I think with the exception of the Panthers, who had 4 chicken dinners, everybody else was 7+ with their chicken dinners. Star manages to be up there with only 1. Panthers is up there with 4. And THIRDEYE, who has 2, doesn't even make the cut. Like, that's crazy, Jukes.
Yeah, absolutely insane to see there. THIRDEYE, I mean, I guess you could say it's crazy, but at the same time, hey, the numbers don't lie. And with how they performed, not a really team I want to see in the finals. But hopefully they took this experience and are able to go and push forward in the next PMPL. That's what this is all about at the end of the day, right? Learning from your mistakes. Now, it's time to find out who's going to have the most bonus points going into those finals and which squad is going to kind of have a hard time. Here we go.
Oh!
It's a tie between Nova and the Knights. Can you believe that this is like, I did not expect a tie at all here.
Wow.
Whoa. So this is essentially like they're both going in starting at 0. This is actually a clean slate. There's 0 advantage between the 2 of them. Yes, they have an advantage over literally everybody else. Not a huge advantage if you look at Star Gaming, who has 62. Everybody else in the high 50s for the most part, minus back-to-back. But the 2 that really matter, the 2 that are fighting for that PMGC spot that we're going to be talking about all of Final 7, dead even.
Yeah, and then another team that we've been talking about too, back-to-back. We were saying, are they going to be able to close the gap on those bonus points? They were able to close it out by a bit, but now the gap between them and Knights and Nova is at 26 points. That's a chicken dinner plus 11 eliminations. That is a lot of points to make up. Back-to-back needs to start off hot, and then if we're going to be looking at some of the other teams too, I'm looking at some of the, I mean, all the teams here in the first match. Everybody that's not Knights and Nova cannot be super passive. Dope Esports, 24 points. I mean, that is a massive 50-point gap that they're going to have, right? 19 Esports. And this is what we've been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Like, every match matter. Yeah, congratulations, Dope Esports, that you made it into the finals. But now you are majorly handicap. This is not what you wanted to see. Korean barbecue lovers, yeah, you might have had some great performances, but I mean, you're gonna have such a big gap to make up, Glitter.
Dang. It'll
Could
be
you imagine
interesting
it?
to see how it all starts at the beginning of finals, Jukes. I mean, we do have to remember that we'll have extra matches for them to play. They'll have one more day to play. But I don't know how helpful that is. And they get to play in
Exactly.
every single match. Obviously, they're not rotating out in groups. So, but then that kind of changes the whole vibe. That's a lot of games in a day. Will they be able to sustain their ability throughout 6 matches? It's a long play day, 3 days in a row. This is where like that experience comes into play, Jukes.
100%. Yeah. And, can you imagine like if 4 Bros made it in with only 6 bonus points? I mean, having a 50 or 60 to 70 point difference is ridiculous. And you know, we see right now, Dope again, 50 points. That is gonna be ridiculous. It's just so crazy. I love this new format because it really presses league play. There's no excuses. You need to get it done, and it's already all done and dusted. So now I'm really, really excited for the finals, because if one of those teams at the bottom somehow wins this thing, right, I am going to blow my freaking mind, because
Get outta
like
here.
exactly. Everyone's saying I shouldn't even put that out into the universe, right? Because it is so crazy to even consider here, because also all these teams, they're playing the same amount of matches here.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Usually when we go to the finals, there is always that one team that surprises us. But I'm just going to say it right here, right now. It's not going to be any team from 10th place to 16th place. If it is going to be, it's going to be the teams that are in between 1st and 10th that make it into the top 5. If not, and this is a call out for all those teams that I just kind of call out in a way, right? Between 11th to 16th. If you are going to be looking to do something, I don't want you to wait until the first game is over, okay? I want you to do it right from the get-go. I want to see aggressiveness. I want to see you go for eliminations. I want to see you perform the best you have ever performed, if you even want to have a slight chance. Because guess what? While you are trying to catch up between those bonus points, Nova and Knights are still going to be doing work.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be absolute insanity. I hope you guys are super stoked for everything that we got coming on. Again, make sure you guys follow the conversation. Use that hashtag PMPLNA. Tag us. Tag your friends. These finals are going to be absolutely insane. Again, of course, I got to give one big, massive thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. Guys, I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7WG and Glitter Explosion. We will see y'all in the finals. See you then.
Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give you just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor.
don't have forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be.